Welcome to the board meeting. Before I officially call this meeting to order, I wanted to provide a few introductions. I'm Jane Dolan. I'm the board president. I conduct the meeting. Here to my left is Chief Officer Chris Leaf. To my right is our board clerk, who has other titles, who does a lot of stuff for us during the meeting, Mr. Jonah Knapp. Also on the board up here is the board's attorney, Mr. Jeet Dua. Because of this setup, we don't have all of our staff up here as we usually do, but we have our chief engineer, Mr. Michael Wright, and the deputy executive officer, Andrea Buckley. We have speakers in the front row, and Mr. Jim Peters is our, what's your title? Reporter. Court reporter, board reporter. Okay, thank you for that. With that, board members will be identified when we do the roll. So this gavel opens the meeting. I call to order the Central Valley Flood Protection Board meeting of July 18th, 2025. First thing that we do is establish a board quorum. Mr. Knapp, would you call the roll?
Member Andrews?
Present.
Member Bosler?
Present.
Member Griego, I believe, is absent.
She might be online.
Is Member Griego online?
She's not able to attend in person. We've known that for a while, but she was going to attempt to be online. So if you'll watch for her, that would be helpful.
Understood. Secretary Johnson?
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Was Member Countryman? Oh. Member Countryman?
Oh, I'm present.
Vice President Valines? Here. President Dolan?
I'm here. Mr. Leaf just showed me his cell phone with the text from board member Griego saying, "I'm here." So you probably want to find her. So because she told him that, and he told me, I'm going to assume that she is available but online. So we have established a quorum. It is all 7 members, 6 here present. 1 is participating online because she can't be in person. Now, Mr. Leaf, do you have any welcome remarks or introductions?
I have one introduction to make today. We're pleased to welcome Khalid Mihar to the board as our new engineering student assistant. Khalid joins us this week and will support the team by updating permitting records, database records. As a civil engineering student at American River College, Khalid is maintaining a 4.0 GPA while supporting himself, an impressive balance of dedication and responsibility. He plans to transfer to Sac State within a couple of years to complete his bachelor's degrees in civil engineering. Khalid brings strong attention to detail, which is an invaluable asset for managing permitting records, which demand precision and accuracy. We're excited to have Khalid on board. He's with us virtually this morning. Please join me in giving him a heartfelt welcome. He's online.
Mr. Mihar, next time you can come to the meeting, but you're busy. We're glad to have you on board, so welcome to the staff. Any others?
Nothing further.
Okay, we'll proceed. At this point, I want to provide, and I do, it's on the agenda, a very brief review of what our agenda is. So there are just a couple changes. Item 4 is going to be 2 sets of minutes. Item 5 is the consent calendar, and this morning it will be handled by our chief engineer, Michael Wright. Item 6 is public comment. This public comment time is for those who have something to say for anything that is not on the agenda. The following 2 items, legislative update and the placeholder for the core, are going to be moved to farther on in the meeting. One is a written report, and the other is basically nothing to happen, just a placeholder. Item 9 is where we will spend the bulk of our time at this meeting today. It is the American River Common Features 2016 Flood Risk Management Project and related actions that the board is asked to take. So that will be, that'll take some time. And then probably, I'm trying to figure out with the length of some of our presentations and input, how to have a break. So I'm going to ask Mr. Peters if he really needs one, because he's the transcriber. He's going to be the one who will dictate that. Item 11. 10 is a written report from DWR. 11 is a report of activities of board staff. 12 are board comments and updates of what it is we've done and will be doing with our committees. Item 13 is a list and information of upcoming meetings and where they are because they move. Item 14 would be a closed session, but we don't have one, so that's not to be there. And then when all of that is done, the meeting will end. Any question about that slight rearrangement, board members? I don't see anything. You don't either. Okay. Then we will proceed with the business of the board. Item 4, approval of minutes. And that's our secretary, Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Today we have approval of both the May 23 and June 13 minutes. I've reviewed them. I believe they're in order. If you see something I didn't, I know you'll speak up. And with that, I'll make one motion to approve both sets of minutes as stated in item 4.
The motion is before us to approve both sets. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Member Keeley. Let me just ask, no one on the board indicated they have a concern. Is there any speaker card regarding our minutes? No. Anyone in the audience want to talk about our minutes? Is there anyone online who indicated a hand up that they have a question about the minutes? Okay. None. So we'll take a vote. Would you please call the roll?
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler?
Aye.
Member Countryman? Member Countryman?
Aye.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines? Aye. President Dolan?
Yes. The minutes are approved. That's 2 sets, May 23rd, June 13th. We're now at consent item. Mr. Michael Wright will give the information on this. Consent items are announced, but we take them as a joint vote unless there is a question about that. There are 3 items. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Michael Wright, Chief Engineer for the board. Today we have 3 items on consent. 5A is permit number 19689, Mid-Valley Phase 3 Site 11 project in Yolo County. 5B is permit number 19990, Pacific Gas and Electricity project in Butte County. And 5C is a letter of intent for the Chico Creek Mud Creek levee system, also in Butte County. I have heard of no objections from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or any other agencies or any individuals.
Okay, good to know. Do board members have any comments or any requests to remove one? I see none on this side. Mr. Countryman, are the consent items okay? What's that? Consent items are okay? Yes. Okay. Anyone in the audience want to remove one of the consent items or have a comment? Anyone online? Okay, all right. Then we will proceed with a motion to approve the consent items. Is there a motion? Member Andrews made the motion. Did I hear that?
No, Keeley, Bosler.
Member Bosler.
I will move the consent calendar.
Okay. Is there a second, please?
I'll second it.
Member Johnson seconds it. Okay, we have that before the board. Would you please call the roll?
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler?
Aye.
Member Countryman?
Aye.
Just having a hard time hearing.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines? Aye. President Dolan?
Yes. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
We're now at item number 6. We're moving along today. Is public comment non-agenda items? Do we have any cards for something that is not on the agenda? Are you organized? No. We have no speaker cards on this. Is there anyone in the audience who has something to say that's not on the agenda? I don't see anybody. Is there anyone online? Okay, we'll proceed. I'll change my mind here, and we won't put those later, we'll do them now because we're just scooting right along. So we have the legislative update, which is a written report. This is item number 7, by the way. It's a written update of state and federal legislation put together by executive officer. Do you have anything you want to bring forward? Mr. Lee is shaking his head no. Board members have any comment on this item? None to my right, none to my left. Any speaker cards on the legislation? Anyone in the audience want to talk about this written report of legislation? Any online hands up? Okay, then we'll move on. Item 8 is a placeholder. Nothing happens with the placeholder. Next up is item 9. Board item 9A. I'm going to take a sip. No, I'm not. Before I introduce the staff person who's going to do a presenter, I just wanted to have somewhat of an introductory item. So I'm going introductory talk, so I'm going to do that. The Central Valley Flood Protection Board is a state entity, and it's been authorized by the congressional action and state legislation to serve as one of the non-federal sponsors of projects within the Central Valley of California. The board has entered into and is one of 4 entities of a partnership agreement for what has been named the 2016 American River Common Features Project. The federal partner is the Army Corps of Engineers, and the other non-federal and local partners are the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency and the State Department of Water Resources. And again, the Flood Board. The partners to this agreement have been participants since its inception of project development teams for various parts of the project. And we have for decades partnered together on numerous flood protection projects whose benefits provide improved levels of flood protection and public safety for the broad Sacramento region as directed and authorized by Congress and state legislature. Today, the board will hear a presentation by our Flood Board staff and the requested board action on Resolution 2025-02 that encompasses these 4 items. Certification of the American River Common Features 2016 Flood Risk Management Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement, subsequent Environmental Impact Report. And adoption of the Statement of Findings and Statement of Overriding Considerations. Adoption of the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. Approval of the Flood Risk Management Project, and delegation of authority to our executive officer to execute the notice of determination. As a reminder, and I see many faces here who know this as we do, this board is conducting its 3rd public session on this matter. The board held 2 informational sessions. The 2 prior meetings were, on May 23rd, we heard from a panel that gave a variety of detailed technical discussion focused largely on Contact 3B. The panel consisted of the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, our staff, and numerous subcontractors and consultants, and also the Department of Water Resources. On June 13, this informational meeting was a presentation by our state partner, the Department of Water Resources, regarding the American River Common Features 2016 Flood Management Risk Project and the final Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, or SEIR, as most bureaucrats say. The SEIR covers multiple scopes of works and locations that are part of this overall project. Today, item 9A is for the board to consider the adoption of the resolution. And I already said what is in that. And I do note, we thank all the input and the interest and the time to provide us with information. We received lots of emails, we've received letters, and we certainly have received in-person comments. So we appreciate and thank you for your input. We have listened, we read, maybe not the one that came at 6:30 this morning, but we noticed we got one. And we consider public comments on this project because we know that they're important and we ask for them. And we have listened to these and learned and worked on this for the past 18 months. At the conclusion of this presentation by board staff, this is the procedure that will occur. When board staff completes the presentation, I will go first to board members for any input, comments, or questions that they may have. Then I know of some public officials who are going to be here, and so I'm going to call upon them. It's just a few. I will introduce them. And then we will go to those who have provided a speaker card, which we have up here. If you have one and you haven't given it, then please do. Then I will ask if there are any other members in the audience who didn't do a speaker card but want to say something, and then we'll go online. As you come forward, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself for our minutes and our court reporter, and then your 3 minutes will begin. The 3-minute time is going to be enforced. After public comment, it will be back to the board for additional questions and remark, and after the board input, we will proceed to action that is requested of us. We will proceed to consider the action that is requested of us. Mr. Silva. So at this point, I wish to introduce Mr. Jamie Silva of the Environmental and Land Management Branch at the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Mr. Silva is the one who is going to give the presentation this morning, which we think is going to take an hour, give or take. Good morning, Mr. Silva.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Silva, and I'm an Environmental Land Management Branch Manager. I'm here today to present an overview of and a request for board action for the American River Common Features 2016 Flood Risk Management Project. This project is a component of the overall 2016 American River Common Features project. As you recall, you were provided with a technical briefing at the May 2025 board meeting and an informational briefing at the June 2025 board meeting. Thank you. Multiple agencies support the project design and construction efforts. The Army Corps of Engineers is the federal sponsor for the projects. The non-federal sponsors include the board and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, or SAFCA. The Department of Water Resources Flood Projects Branch provides project support and funding. In addition to the project summary and background for the Flood Risk Management Project, I will also provide clarifications to board comments received since the June informational, an update on Wild and Scenic Rivers Act compliance, as well as provide a CEQA update, including which significant and unavoidable impacts have been identified and public engagement. Finally, I will request board action, including certification of the subsequent environmental impact report and adoption of a resolution. The American River Common Features Project General Reevaluation Report, or GRR, was jointly prepared by the Army Corps and the board. The document evaluated the potential impacts of the American River Common Features Project, including seepage and stability improvements along the Sacramento River, erosion improvements along the Sacramento and American rivers, and widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass. The GRR was adopted by the board in 2016 under Board Resolution 2016-04 as a programmatic document with the understanding that additional CEQA analysis would be conducted at the project level for each individual contract. Today, the board will consider certifying the CEQA analyses and adopting the resolution prepared for the Flood Risk Management Project. The Flood Risk Management Project includes multiple components located along the American River, Sacramento River, and Magpie Creek. The components include Magpie Creek Project, American River Erosions Contract 3B North, 3B South, 4A, and 4B. Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3, American River Mitigation Site, Sacramento River Mitigation Site, and a piezometer network. The Magpie Creek project is located north of Interstate 80 and is bisected by Raleigh Boulevard. The project footprint is estimated to be approximately 8,600 feet long within Sacramento County between the North Highlands and Rio Linda communities. Magpie Creek project improvements include a levee extension, widening and realignment of a portion of the Magpie Creek Diversion Channel, or MCDC, several new gravel maintenance roads for levee access, new culverts where the MCDC and Robla Creek passes beneath the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail, and the purchase and application of flowage easements to allow water retention on an approximately 80-acre area upstream of Raleigh Boulevard. The erosion protection measures at American River Erosion Contract 3B North includes approximately 1.8 miles of improvements at two sites, sites 3-1 and 4-2. Site 3-1 consists of 1.1 miles located on the right north bank of the American River between Howe Avenue and Watt Avenue between River Mile 7.7 to River Mile 8.8. Site 4-2 consists of 0.7 miles located on the right bank of the American River near the Estates Drive River access between River Mile 9.7 to River Mile 10.3. Improvements at American River Erosion Contract 3B North include constructing 1.8 miles of launchable rock tow, launchable trench, tiebacks, and bank protection. American River Contract 3B South, Site 4-1, consists of 1.5 miles located on the left south bank of the American River upstream of Watt Avenue between River Mile 9.1 and River Mile 10.5. American River Erosion Contract 3B South improvements include constructing approximately 1.5 miles of launchable rock tow, launchable trench, bank protection, and tiebacks. The American River Erosion Contract 4A is located on the right bank of the American River, downstream from American River Erosion Contract 3B North and 3B South near River Mile 2.0 under the State Route 160 Bridge and the Union Pacific Railroad Bridge. American River Erosion Contract 4A improvements include constructing a 100-foot wide armored berm and realigning the Jedediah Smith Memorial Bike Trail. The American River Erosion Contract 4B component is located immediately adjacent to American River Erosion Contracts 3B North and 3B South, specifically in between the footprint of Contract 3B and the levee crown. The footprint consists of approximately 0.6 miles located on the right bank of the American River near River Mile 8.6, on the left bank of the American River near River Mile 9.8. The American River Erosion Contract 4B component includes flood reduction improvements to prevent erosion or scour and protect large trees which would remain on the bench after American River Erosion Contracts 3B North and 3B South have been constructed. These improvements are expected to include velocity work, which includes fluvial erosion protection activities, and tree scour work, which includes activities preventing scour around trees in the floodplain bench, including approximately 0.2 mile of improvements on the right bank of the American River near River Mile 8.6 and approximately 0.4 mile on the left bank of the American River near River Mile 9.8. This component was analyzed at the program level and subject to future supplemental project level analysis. The Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3 component is located approximately 7 miles downstream from the confluence of the American and Sacramento and consists of 2.8 miles between River Mile 47.3 and 53.1 along the east levee of the Sacramento River in Sacramento's Pocket neighborhood. Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3 improvements include 2.8 miles of rock revetment, a launchable rock tow, planting benches, and tiebacks at 3 sites, 7, 8, and 9. The American River Mitigation Site, also known as the Uridia Site, is located on the American River between River Mile 1.0 and 1.6 in the American River Parkway. The American River Mitigation Site would be constructed on approximately 120 acres. Habitat mitigation improvements would involve construction of seasonally inundated riparian habitat by breaching the existing riverbank and allowing surface water to flow through constructed channels. This component was analyzed at the program level and subject to future supplemental project level analysis. The Sacramento River Mitigation Site, also known as Grand Island, is located at the confluence of the Sacramento River, Steamboat Slough, and Cache Slough near Sacramento River Mile 15. The Sacramento River Mitigation Site component would be constructed on approximately 200 acres. Habitat mitigation improvements would include breaching the existing perimeter berms, grading to create channels, stabilizing bank protection, and planting vegetation. This component was analyzed at the program level and subject to future supplemental project level analysis. Approximately 100 piezometers would be installed permanently along the existing levees within the authorized footprint of the 2016 ARCF project. These piezometers may be installed along the levee crown and or near the landside levee toe of the left bank of the Sacramento River, the left and right banks of the lower American River, and the left bank of Magpie Creek and the right bank of the Sacramento Bypass. This component was analyzed at the program level. This section of the presentation addresses questions received from board members during the June 13th meeting. Here, I will also provide a summary of the clarifications to comments following publication of the final SEIS SAIR. Design criteria and alternatives development are described in the Engineering Appendix G of the SEIS SEIR, which specifies 4 criteria that each design must adhere to. 2 of the 4 criteria highlight the importance of reducing impacts to riparian habitat in the design development process. 1, erosion protection designs must limit the footprint and impact to only what is necessary to meet public safety objectives. And 2, erosion protection projects must incorporate as much on-site habitat and recreational mitigation as feasible to offset impacts caused by construction and installation of the erosion protection. Design development process involves soliciting input from multidisciplinary and multi-agency groups such as the Technical Resource Advisory Committee, Bank Protection Working Groups, SAFCA, Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Water Resources, National Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries, and the Sacramento County Regional Parks Department at the 10, 35, 65, 95, and 100% design milestones. These design refinements, as described on the slide, meet the criteria of reducing impacts to riparian habitat as feasible. Army Corps Engineering Research and Development Center defines bioengineering as the combination of biological, mechanical, and ecological concepts to control erosion and stabilize soil through the use of vegetation or a combination of it and construction materials. Both living and non-living plants can be used. Non-living plants are used as construction materials similar to engineered materials. The American River Erosion Contract 3B design incorporates bioengineering characteristics such as relying on vegetation to anchor soil placed atop revetment and includes other features to incorporate vegetation and biological material within the footprints of the improvements, including planting benches extending from the existing shoreline and incorporating in-stream woody material. The thresholds for determining the significance of impacts of the flood risk management project are based on the environmental checklist in Appendix G of the state CEQA guidelines as amended. Under the Vegetation and Wildlife Resource Area, the flood risk management project analyzed whether it would have a substantial adverse effect on any natural riparian habitat or other sensitive natural community identified in local or regional plans, policies, regulations, or by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The CEQA document presented estimated habitat impact acreages, including impacts to valley foothill riparian habitat, in comparison to what is stated in the 2016 ARCF GRR Final EIS/EIR. Impacts on sensitive natural communities, including riparian habitats, that result in the removal of vegetation shall be mitigated at a minimum 2-to-1 ratio. This means that 2 acres restored or created for every acre of impact. The requirement for a 2-to-1 mitigation ratio to offset riparian habitat impacts is identified in the SAIS/SEIR under Mitigation Veg 1, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Biological Opinions, and Recommendation 7 of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act report dated October 5th, 2015. The design team prioritized protecting large canopy trees to the greatest extent practicable, with particular emphasis adjacent to the Jedediah Smith Memorial Bike Trail. Tree removal estimates remain unchanged from the range presented in the final SEIS/SEIR. Army Corps has clarified that it applied the definition of heritage oak to be a California native oak 60 inches or greater in diameter at breast height, or DBH. Of the 675 to 715 trees that could be removed from construction on Contract 3B, 3 oak trees with diameters of 60 inches DBH or greater may be affected. On-site habitat will be created in accordance with the GRR Habitat Mitigation Monitoring and Adaptive Management Plan, which includes conceptual mitigation proposals, performance standards, and adaptive management tasks. Additionally, project partners would implement mitigation measure VEG-2, which outlines best management practices that shall be implemented by the contractor and Army Corps during construction to further avoid and minimize adverse effects on the trees to the greatest extent possible. This mitigation measure requires an annual pre-construction meeting be held between all contractors and subcontractors, including grading, tree removal, pruning, and builders, and a qualified arborist or biologist. The meeting will focus on instructing the contractors and subcontractors on tree protection practices and answering any questions. All equipment operators and spotters, assistants, or those directing operators from the ground shall provide written acknowledgement of receiving tree protection training. This training shall include information on the location and marking of protected tree zones, the necessity of preventing damage, and the discussion of work practices that shall accomplish these tasks. Contractor requirements associated with this mitigation measure will be captured in the project specifications, including the construction bid package. Coordination with Sacramento County Regional Parks would continue throughout the design and construction process. Contract 3B will result in the creation of lower floodplain habitats dominated by cottonwood and willows through extension of planting benches out into the lower American River. The creation and extension of riparian shaded riverine aquatic early successional habitats was part of the design iterations that resulted from coordination with National Marine Fisheries on appropriate mitigation for the project's effects on fish. After extensive consultation with National Marine Fisheries, the agency made the determination in their 2021 biological opinion, which addressed impacts associated with American River erosion Contract 3B, that states, After reviewing and analyzing the current status of the listed species and critical habitat, the environmental baseline within the action area, the effects of the proposed action, the effects of other activities caused by the proposed action, and cumulative effects, it is National Marine Fisheries' biological opinion that the proposed action is not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of Sacramento River winter run Chinook salmon, Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon, Southern Distinct Population Segment North American green sturgeon, and California Central Valley steelhead, or destroy or adversely modify their designated critical habitat. A May 2022 evaluation of bank protection sites on the Lower American River and Sacramento River's recommendations for design and management was published for SAFECA. This research paper evaluated the physical and ecological design attributes at 15 existing revegetated bank protection sites on the Lower American River and Sacramento Rivers to identify physical and ecological aspects that promote sustainable and high-quality habitats to inform future bank protection designs. This report documented that planting bench top elevations should be within 1 foot of the design low water surface elevation, and that soil rock mix should be 1 to 2 feet below the low water surface elevation to provide perennial contact between soil and the water table. The design recommendations outlined in this report were used to inform the design for American River Erosion Contract 3B and promote healthy regrowth of vegetation. So, the National Park Service found that American River Erosion Contract 3B is consistent with the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act and issued its consistency determination on July 7, 2025. The Army Corps and the board prepared a supplemental EIS subsequent EIR to analyze the potential environmental impacts to the flood risk management project. The SEIS-SEIR analyzes design refinements to the 2016 ARCF project, including staging areas, haul routes, stockpile sites, and mitigation sites. The SEIS-SEIR includes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the effects to lessen significant where feasible. However, there are still significant and unavoidable impacts that cannot be reduced to lessen significant levels with mitigation. All impacts analyzed in the flood risk management SEIS-SEIR were no greater than those previously analyzed in the 2016 ARCF GRR EIS-EIR. As previously mentioned in the June informational, the board conducted the following review process in compliance with CEQA. Additionally, board staff met with American River Trees on July 7, 2025. This was an opportunity for board staff to listen and engage with American River Trees to voice their concerns regarding the flood risk management project. On July 9, 2025, the Army Corps prepared an errata to the final SEIS-SEIR that identified omissions and clarifications identified in the SEIS-SEIR and was publicly made available on the Sac Levy's website. The flood risk management project will result in significant and unavoidable impacts to the following resource areas: transportation and circulation, recreation, aesthetics and visual resources, hydraulics and hydrology, water quality, air quality, noise and vibration, vegetation and wildlife, and cultural resources. I will be providing a summary of the significant and unavoidable impacts for each resource area in the next series of slides.
You provide that when? I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, I said I will be presenting them per resource area in the next series of slides.
Thank you.
The flood risk management project will result in heavy truck traffic through haul routes and periodic road and bike trail closures near Magpie Creek, American River Contracts 3B North and 3B South, 4A, 4B, an American River mitigation site that will alter normal traffic flows in and around residential areas. The total number of truck trips would not be evenly split over the duration of the construction period and may exceed the recommended Institute of Transportation Engineers standard of 50 truck trips per day on some roadways. Mitigation will be implemented, however, the impact to transportation and circulation remains significant and unavoidable. Several highly used recreational trails and parks will be impacted by the flood risk management project. The Sacramento Northern Bike Trail is the only paved bike trail in the Magpie Creek project area and provides a major bike connection to central Sacramento. The Sacramento Northern Bike Trail would likely be closed between 3 to 5 months for culvert replacement in Roebuck Creek for the Magpie Creek project. Bicycle and pedestrian traffic detours would disrupt natural views and sounds. Additionally, construction of the berm for the American River Contract 4A would require permanently rerouting the Jedediah Smith Memorial Trail. Mitigation measures will be implemented. However, temporary impacts remain significant and unavoidable. Haul trucks being utilized for the American River mitigation site would increase noise, air pollution, traffic, and odors, and temporarily affect visual resources for those wanting to recreate at Camp Pollock and Discovery Park. There are no mitigation measures available to reduce this impact to less than significant. The American River Parkway is heavily used for recreation along the top of the levee, at the shoreline, and at community parks. These areas will be intermittently closed and inaccessible to the public during construction of American River Erosion's Contract 3B North, 3B South, 4A, and 4B. Haul trucks will disrupt access to and use of parks, boat launches, bicycle, hiking, and equestrian trails near recreational and residential areas, directly impacting the recreational experience. These impacts are significant and unavoidable. The disruption to use of the recreational resources in the American River Parkway over a multi-year time frame, in conjunction with the work at American River Erosion Contract 4A, and the reduction in quality of recreational experiences would cause direct, significant, and unavoidable impacts on recreation in the area. The mitigation measures available would not decrease short-term impacts to less than significant. Therefore, the impact remains significant and unavoidable. Scenic vistas throughout the American River Parkway and along the Sacramento River will be permanently altered by the flood risk management project. The American River Erosion Contracts 3B North, 3B South, and 4B, an American River mitigation site, and Sacramento River mitigation site will cause disturbance to river views at various levels from construction equipment, ground disturbing activities, and tree removal. The collective disturbance associated with the construction and tree removal would significantly change the visuals of the areas until tree plantings and vegetation can reach maturity. The flood risk management project cannot meet the project objectives without ground disturbance and tree removal, so this significant impact is unavoidable. The disturbance associated with construction of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3, including vegetation and tree removal, would significantly change the scenic views along the Sacramento rivers during constructions in the short term and in the long term. State Route 160 travels along the Sacramento River near the Sacramento River mitigation site and is listed as a state scenic highway at this location. There is heavy vegetation along the perimeter of State Route 160 that blocks the views of Sacramento River mitigation site. However, gaps in the foliage would allow those driving on State Route 160 to see regrading or disturbed soil prepared for bank mitigation plantings. The natural look of riparian vegetation would be changed to a less visually appealing view of disturbed soil where stormwater runoff prevention materials such as silt fences and wattles for a period of up to 8 years while the plantings mature. There are no feasible mitigation measures to reduce this impact, therefore the impacts remain significant and unavoidable. The existing visual character of the American River Parkway will be temporarily degraded from vegetation removal, construction equipment, and temporal loss of trees during the regrowth period at the American River Erosion Contracts 3B North and 3B South. Newly planted trees require a maturation period of 0 to 8 years. There is no feasible mitigation available to fully reduce these impacts to less than significant. The Magpie Creek project will alter the existing drainage pattern of the area by altering the course of Magpie Creek, including culvert replacement, realignment, and a 2,100-foot segment of widened MCDC to improve flow conveyance during floods. The widened channel would convey flood flows more efficiently through and downstream of the MCDC. This would result in an increase in peak discharges, velocities, and floodwater volumes on the downstream segments of the MCDC, Robla Creek, and Dry Creek. Modeling presented in the draft Flood Risk Management SEIR Appendix F Draft Hydraulic Study Report indicated downstream stage increases of up to 0.3 feet, which is a potentially significant impact. Mitigation will be implemented through the establishment of flowage easements. However, the impacts remain significant and unavoidable. The Magpie Creek project includes in-channel work, including the realignment and widening of MCDC, levee widening, culvert installation, and the removal of channel vegetation that has the potential to carry sediment downstream to Robla Creek and eventually into the Sacramento River until channel banks are sufficiently vegetated. Magpie Creek receives wastewater effluent from McClellan Business Park upstream of its confluence with Don Julio Creek within the Magpie Creek project site. Because it is not specifically mentioned in the basin plan, its default beneficial use designation is municipal and domestic supply. Improper handling, storage, or disposal of construction-related materials or fuels and lubricants could cause degradation of surface waters or groundwater quality if they are not stored or handled properly. These factors result in the Magpie Creek project causing significant impacts on water quality. Even with all feasible mitigation, the potential remains for significant and unavoidable impacts to water quality. The American River mitigation site includes inundation of the mitigation site with river water. The quality of the soils on the mitigation site needs to be tested to ensure that the American River does not receive water that would violate water quality standards, which would be a significant impact. Additionally, the American River is impaired for temperature. The American River mitigation site includes removal of shading riparian vegetation, which could result in a temporary loss of shade while young trees grow to maturity. The reduction in shade and lower dissolved oxygen in the American River could cause temporary exceedance of temperature objectives, which is a significant unavoidable impact. There are no mitigation measures available to reduce these potentially significant unavoidable impacts. The Sacramento River mitigation site could contain contaminated soil from the decommissioned landfill to the east and dredge material disposal site to the west. Soils testings must be conducted to avoid releases into the newly created habitat or adjacent waterways. Additionally, the Sacramento River is impaired for dissolved oxygen and temperature. Riparian plantings will require approximately 10 years to mature and to provide shade. Inadequate shade could result in a temporary exceedance of water quality objectives stated in the basin plan for the Sacramento and San Joaquin Basin and result in a significant short-term post-construction impact. No feasible mitigation is available to reduce this impact. Therefore, this impact is significant and unavoidable. The Magpie Creek project American River Erosion Contracts 3B North, 3B South, 4A, 4B, Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3, American River Mitigation Site, and the Sacramento River Mitigation Site would emit oxides of nitrogen, particulate matter 10, particulate matter 2.5, at concentrations above applicable local thresholds of significance for at least 1 year during construction. Additionally, the Sacramento Valley Air Basin Federal General Conformity Standards would be exceeded for 3 years of construction. Therefore, this would be a significant impact. Mitigation measures will be implemented to reduce impacts. However, temporary impacts remain significant and unavoidable. Construction equipment and tree clearing for the Magpie Creek project and American River mitigation site are similar in nature and therefore would produce similar noise levels and impacts. Nighttime construction within the vicinity of sensitive receptors and residential properties may be necessary. Day and nighttime construction work is expected to temporarily exceed the applicable thresholds for daytime and nighttime noise levels. After mitigation is implemented, noise impacts may still be temporarily significant and unavoidable. Construction equipment and tree clearing for the American River Erosion Contracts 3B North, 3B South, 4A, 4B, and Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3 are similar in nature and therefore would produce similar noise impacts. Based on the anticipated construction activities and associated noise levels, applicable thresholds would be exceeded where construction activity would occur within approximately 600 feet of existing sensitive land uses. Considering that construction activities could occur less than 50 feet from residences in some cases, noise levels experienced at nearby receptors could be as high as 85 decibels equivalent noise levels. There is the potential for noise above applicable thresholds at sensitive receptors at distances of up to 600 feet during construction activities. This impact would be significant. Additionally, the operation of heavy-duty construction equipment can create seismic waves that radiate along the surface of the earth and downward into the earth. Construction equipment would exceed Federal Transit Administration or FTA recommended criteria for infrequent vibrational events within 75 feet of construction activity, disturbing sensitive land uses and sensitive receptors located as close as 25 feet away. Therefore, the use of heavy-duty construction equipment would exceed the FTA thresholds for sensitive land uses and would result in a significant impact to nearby residential receptors. After all mitigation has been implemented, temporary impacts remain significant and unavoidable. The construction of Magpie Creek project will require vegetation removal from the channel of the MCDC near the location of the realignment, resulting in a permanent long-term loss of riparian vegetation. Even with mitigation implemented on and off-site, the impacts to riparian vegetation remains significant and unavoidable. The American River Erosion Contracts 3B North, 3B South, and 4B entails riparian vegetation and tree removal for installation of bank protection and scour prevention. Riparian habitat would be removed from staging areas. Construction of American River Erosion Contracts 3B North, 3B South, and 4B would cause significant and unavoidable short-term adverse impacts on riparian habitat. The significant short-term impacts or riparian habitat loss would be minimized by retaining, replanting, and protecting trees where possible, but the impact would remain significant and unavoidable. Additionally, bank protection placed within the ordinary high water mark of the American River is a significant impact on waters of the United States and the state, and is significant and unavoidable even after mitigation is implemented. The berm design for American River Erosion Contract 4A requires the site to be regraded, which would remove riparian woodland and scrub vegetation. Riparian habitat would also be damaged and removed within construction access areas and haul routes. This site is not suitable for on-site mitigation outside of herbaceous revegetation. This impact would be significant and unavoidable. Construction of Sacramento River Erosion's Contract 3 entails removal of all trees within the rock placement footprint to allow equipment access. The work area would be cleared and grubbed, including removing trees and other vegetation and encroachments along the levee embankment. Soil-filled planting benches would be incorporated into the rock revetment where feasible, which is approximately 25% of the site. In-stream woody material would be anchored into the bank revetment at summer water surface elevations to provide shelter and shading for fish. Construction of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 3 site will result in short-term significant unavoidable adverse impacts on riparian habitat. Bank protection has been designed to avoid and minimize impacts on waters of the United States and the state to the maximum extent possible. Impacts to the Sacramento River would be significant and unavoidable in the short term, as no feasible mitigation is available to reduce the significant impact. There are 3 archaeological resources that have been identified in the American River Mitigation Site footprint, one of which is listed in the National Register of Historic Places, or NRHP. The other 2 resources are unevaluated. Ground disturbance during implementation of the American River Mitigation Site is likely to significantly impact the resource. The 2 unevaluated resources have not been located and are most likely spread throughout the area of potential effect, or APE, under imported fill material. It is possible that deep ground disturbance could encounter remnants of these 2 resources. With mitigation in accordance with the Section 106 programmatic agreement with the California State Historic Preservation Officer, impacts would be reduced, but not to a less than significant level. Even with appropriate treatment of potential resources, the impact on this resource remains significant and unavoidable. If archaeological resources or tribal cultural resources, known as TCRs, are discovered prior to or during project-related construction activities, appropriate treatment and protection measures must be implemented. Implementing all feasible mitigation measures would reduce potential impacts, but the impact on these resources would remain significant and unavoidable. Here you will find a list of activities in which the CEQA lead agency must implement during the EIR process as stated under California Code of Regulations on Public Resources Code. In accordance with California Code of Regulations, Section 15093 requires the decision-making agency to balance, as applicable, the economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits, including region-wide or statewide environmental benefits of a proposed project against its unavoidable environmental risks when determining whether to approve the project. If the specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits, including region-wide or statewide environmental benefits of a proposal project, outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental effects, the adverse effects may be considered acceptable. To meet those CEQA compliance standards, as mentioned, the board has developed a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, balanced the benefits of the project against its significant and unavoidable risks, developed a statement of findings for each environmental impact, developed a statement of overriding considerations describing the specific reasons for considering a project acceptable when significant impacts are infeasible to mitigate, and determined that the benefits of implementing the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable environmental effects. To bring this full circle, I think it's important to reiterate the purpose and need of the flood risk management project. It is intended to reduce flood risk to the Sacramento metropolitan area by addressing slope stability and erosion concerns along the levees of the American and Sacramento rivers. The Sacramento metropolitan area is one of the most at risk for flooding in the United States, with an unacceptably high risk from levee failure that threatens the public safety, property, and critical infrastructure throughout the study area. A levee failure along the Lower American River and Sacramento River could result in 100,000 acres flooded, significant loss of life, leaving 125,000 structures, including people's homes, vulnerable, potentially costing $58 billion in damages and disruption to the drinking water supply throughout California. For these reasons, the project partners determined that the benefits of implementing the flood risk management project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts that were identified in the SEIS-SAIR. Therefore, board staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 2025-02 for the flood risk management project. The adoption of the resolution will certify the final SEIS-SAIR, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve the project, and delegate the authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I want to extend a huge thank you to our federal, state, and local partners in the development of this environmental document. We do have staff from Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the Department of Water Resources Flood Projects Branch staff available to answer any board questions. Thank you so much.
Turned that on and said thank you. We're now at a little bit after 10 o'clock, but I'm thinking that I want to go to my board members now for any clarifications, inputs, or questions that they may have of you or others that are here. How's that sound? The board has it again at the end. So anyone here to my left? Andrews? Questions at this point?
No questions or requests for clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll have some comments. Apologies. No questions or clarifications. I will have some comments, but probably better to deliver those after questions and
Okay.
clarifications.
Makes sense. Bosler? Nope. Johnson? Not yet. Mr. Vice President Vines? Okay.
So at the risk of, I know it's going to be a long meeting, so I'm not trying to make it longer. I'm always interested in the tribal resource stuff. So just, if you could walk me through it, that was just back a few. It says we have one identified, resource, 2 or 3 identified, 1 that has some category. I'm just kind of curious, on a building site, how are these things identified? I don't know if that's you that answers it or somebody else, but does somebody walk the property? Do we have a tribe that comes down and checks it out with us? I'm just curious literally how that happens and then, where we go from there.
That's correct. So when evaluating tribal cultural resources, typically there are pedestrian surveys and on-site surveys that happen prior to the analysis. But for when we do go to construction themselves, we do have mitigation measures that we are adopting as part of impacts to cultural resources to minimize those.
Do we engage an actual tribe, though? Is there somebody that says this was our land and we come and check it out?
There was tribal engagement for the project, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I just had one other clarification, not a clarification, I just want to see, because it's harder to see on the paper, slide 46, the project benefits, and there was a map. Can you just put that on the screen so I can see it? Because I don't know if we're going back to it. Sure. Great. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Countryman indicated not at this time. I had those questions too regarding tribal consultation, so I'm glad that you verified that there was identification of who that would be, and there was consultation, correct?
Yes, engagement was done.
Engagement.
Correct.
Is there going to be a tribal monitor available?
As part of our mitigation measures.
Okay, that is part of that. All right. We've received many emails and comments regarding bioengineering. You know, read all those. I did a lot of online research. I did questions and all of that. So I came across an extensive public report that's ERDC, and I wrote that down and forgot what it is. I'm sure the E is engineering, something there. But it's called The Application Principles of Engineering with Nature, and it's cited over and over and over again. So, Mr. Crota, are you aware of this? And is that part of the discussion? Could you share the various, quickly, I'm not giving you a long time.
Certainly. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Hans Crota with the Corps of Engineers, Sacramento District. Yeah, so that report was published in 2022 by the Engineering Research and Development Center, and it's a case study on river restoration efforts that incorporated natural and nature-based features in a comprehensive flood recovery program to protect life and property in Colorado. And so part of that report, it details two specific bioengineering applications. The first is plant-based bioengineering, and the second is structural-based bioengineering. And the distinction between those two is where those are appropriate to apply along a river system. So plant-based engineering, bioengineering, is typically applied in locations where retreat or deformation of the bank line is anticipated and acceptable, versus structural-based engineering, bioengineering, is applied in locations where retreat or deformation of the bank line is not acceptable because it will threaten critical infrastructure, such as a levee. And so I'd like to just quickly read from the report, and I can provide a copy of the report I have here to the board if they would like. But it defines structural-based bioengineering uses structural materials such as native in situ rocks, riprap, logs, manufactured products, or inert materials or materials which won't move to stabilize the channel or bank line. And so because of the proximity of the levee to the main river channel and how little bank line there is in the Contract 3B area extents, the proposed design footprints included in Contract 3B exemplify what a structural-based bioengineering application would be, is. I do, yes, I could.
Do you have that report?
Would you like
Then
me to-
let's submit it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's the one I saw. Okay, yeah, I probably will have more after that, so thank you. Secure the board. Let me call on our local officials, then we'll take a break, if you don't mind. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Desmond. Since I was one, I'll start with one. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak for a couple minutes today. My name is Rich Desmond. I'm the Sacramento County Supervisor that represents the area where most of this work will be occurring in District 3 in Sacramento County. I sent a letter in support of supporting the revised environmental impact report, and I won't read that letter, but just wanted to share a few thoughts with you that I had. You know, it occurs to me as I was coming over here that There are a lot of friends and neighbors in the audience here that are not going to be happy with me for appearing here in support of this. It carries what we call a lot of political risk for me, of course. But I think to myself, you know, my most sacred obligation as a local elected official is to keep people safe in the community. This is an agonizing decision. This is the thing that keeps me up at night. You'll hear from so many people that they love the Parkway. I love the Parkway. I was just talking to my brother on the way over here. We spent our childhood, my siblings and I, on the American River Parkway. I love it. It's my formative years. It's the most valuable urban amenity in Northern California. It is something we all love. We are all so proud of. And I have really dug into this project, have spent countless hours reviewing the project documents, reading material provided by the opponents, meeting with experts and residents, attending public meetings and town halls. I've been in government a long time. I worked for the state for several years, where I met some of you in my prior life. Very few projects have I seen that have involved so much public outreach over so many years. You'll hear there hasn't been enough public outreach. I disagree with that. You'll hear that the project could be better and more narrowly tailored. I'm confident this project has been narrowly tailored to have the most minimal impact while providing the protection that we need. There's a lot of fear surrounding this project. I hear a lot of fear from my constituents about the Parkway. The entire Parkway is going to be closed for several years. That's absolutely not true. Or that the entire Parkway all the way to Rio Americano High School is going to look like a moonscape like the area at Campus Commons. That's also not true. But I also hear other fears from a lot of constituents that probably aren't here today. Fears about, will we be able to continue getting insurance for our homes if it comes out that we do not have the flood protection we need? But even more important fears, could what happened in New Orleans happen here? Could we become like the next Katrina? And kind of most topically, could what happened in Texas happen here? Those fears are real, and those are the fears that keep me up at night. Because I think the longer we delay this work, the more we increase our risk of a catastrophic flood event. And it's funny, there have been a lot of signs popping up in my district all over the community that read, "Save the Parkway." I want to save the Parkway. We all want to save the Parkway. But it occurs to me the greater threat to the Parkway is not this project, it's the threat of a catastrophic flood that is an existential threat to the Parkway. And I'll finish with this, that informs,
Yes,
kind of informs Mike. And I just finish this. My father was a property attorney who represented flood victims for 50 years in Sacramento. And I remember in 1986 driving down American River Drive when there's under an inch of water. And I remember meeting with people who lost everything in Strawberry, Rio Linda, and Alberta. And the government could have prevented that from happening. And I ask you to approve the environmental impact report today so this project can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you heard the crowd. Just have been advised that Board Member Griego did have a comment. She's online. We missed that, so I'm going to ask my Board Member Griego to speak. Is she unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Buongiorno from Italy. I have a question for our staff in regards to the mitigation monitoring. Can you tell me a little bit about that process? And when you're monitoring this project, who do you report to? Is it the staff, or is it the Corps? Is it to SafeCut, or is it to our board?
Yeah, so the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
This is Mr. Silva responding to the question.
Thank you. Jamie Silva, board staff. The mitigation monitoring and reporting program, it identifies the responsible parties that will be bound to implement the mitigation measures before, during, and after construction. So with project approval, we will be adopting the MMRP itself.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have some comments, but I'm going to save that until afterwards. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Griego. We could actually see you. I'm going to call on Brian Holloway next, Sacramento Area Flood Control Association and American River Flood Control Board. I think you kind of heard that, the calls from the audience, so.
Oh, sorry. Let me try again.
Okay, you got your
Good
3
morning,
minutes.
President Dolan and members of the board. I am Brian Holloway, and I'm here representing two separate flood agencies, SAFCA, the American River Flood Control Agency, and American River Flood Control District. And both entities have sent letters, but I will not read those to you today. I would just like to try and touch on some of the important parts. I am Vice Chair of SAFCA, and you have in your agenda packet a letter from our board president and SAFCA Chair, Patrick Kennedy. I'm also past president and current trustee of the American River Flood Control District, and you have in your packet a letter from our district signed by two of the agency's past presidents and current trustees. I know you have a busy agenda, and so let me just touch on the two letters if you don't mind. I'll start with the SAFCA letter. President Dolan, the Army Corps of Engineers, the state of California, your Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and the Department of Water Resources, as well as SAFCA, are partners in the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 program and have invested heavily in levee strengthening, physical and operational improvements to Folsom Lake, and the widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass. This erosion work that is on your agenda today for your decision is an integral part of that entire program, which will bring flood protection benefits to the more than 500,000 people who live behind the American River levees. The American River presents one of the greatest flood risks in the nation due to its proximity to the urban core of Sacramento and susceptibility to intense winter rainstorms, atmospheric rivers, and rapid snowmelt. After careful analysis and coordination with the region's most experienced levee safety experts, the Army Corps has determined that the segments of the American River levee system are the most vulnerable to erosion-induced failure. You've heard that today. The last vulnerable link of the American River is the erosion work covered by Contract 3B, and we at SAFCA strongly urge this board to approve the erosion work. For the American River Flood Control District, let me summarize. Am I out of time? Okay, good. As past presidents of the American River Flood Control District and appointed representatives of SAFCA, we are writing to express our strong support for the Corps of Engineers' ongoing erosion work. Erosion damage along the river, particularly where high velocities and turbulence occur during high events, we cannot see the damage that is occurring below the water surface, and we only can see that when the high water has receded. At that point, the threat becomes for us potentially unmanageable. Rather than being proactive and ready maintainers, we are now flood fighters, and that's not what we do. I will wrap up. As stewards of the levee, we support your activity and your positive endorsement of this work today. And lastly, I'd just like to mention, please take a moment and read Ron Stork's letter from Friends of the River, which is in your packet today. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do know how supervisors like to talk. Mr. Jeff Harris, I'd like to invite you to the podium.
Good morning, Chair Dolan and board members. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I come here as a former city councilman, someone who served on SAFCA for 8 years, as chair and vice chair for 6. I also co-created the Lower American River Parkway Conservancy Program, which has brought $11 million already to the area, resources used for mitigations, for restorations, and for good projects on the Lower American River Parkway. I'm proud of our parkway. I've lived next to it for 35 years. As a resident of River Park in 1997, we were imperiled. The water came up almost to the point of overtopping the levee, and as Mr. Holloway said, until the water receded, we didn't realize how severe the scouring was and how close we came to a catastrophic breach in the levee. And I'd like to remind you that a breach in the levee anywhere in our system would have extreme negative adverse effects for the entire city and the state government. So keep that in mind when you look at this project. I was councilman when contract C1 was built. It was also very controversial. There were many people who spoke out against it about the loss of trees, the loss of habitat. Those are fair concerns. But the project designers and the Army Corps did a great job of addressing those concerns. And now let's look at the aftermath. River Park is better protected than it has been ever. Almost lost it in 86 and 97. The suite of projects that SAFCA came up with to address the lack of the Auburn Dam, so, doing the auxiliary spillway at Folsom, doing erosion control, doing slurry walls to the levees, all of these things work together to get us to 160,000 CFS. And we can't have weak links in the chain. And as Mr. Holloway pointed out, 3B really is a weak link. It's a Tier 1 site. This is a good project. As Mr. Desmond pointed out, I took a lot of political hits for supporting Contract C1. Sometimes as elected and appointed individuals, we have to make tough decisions. There's no way around it. You can't please everybody. But the effect in River Park is people don't cuss me anymore. They come up and thank me for the project because we enjoy a level of safety that is unprecedented in this area. And personally, I'm glad that it went that way. I still love River Park. I still love the Parkway. And this is a good project. The best decision you could take today would be to certify the supplemental EIR and EIS. So thank you for your time, and I hope that you will, like me, arrive at that conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a brief break. It's going to be 5 minutes, and I'm going to pay attention, put that thing on me when we start. I just need to organize the speaker cards that we're going to call. So 5-minute break. We're going to reconvene. We need to settle in here? No? Okay. Well, he gets first. I'm going to go to speaker cards. I will say your name, and I will say the next two so that we can move this, even though we are staying as long as we need to. We're not in a place that has a limit on its rental. So I'm going to do that way, and I've had a request from board members because, and me too, we know we're going to be here for quite a while, so at some point we'll take a half hour so we can get something to eat and a little refreshment. Okay? And we will start with the 3 minutes. Supervisor Desmond didn't have a clock, but everyone else will, including me. So I'm going to begin with someone who I cannot read your writing, so I'm going to have you come forward. Your first name starts with a big D. Your last name starts with a big T, as in Tom. And it looks like Damian Trice, but I'm sure that's not accurate. Mr. D, first name begins with a D. Glen Shire Creek, Glen Vine Creek. Circle. Mr. Zigzag Zigzag, or Ms. Zigzag Zigzag at yahoo.com. Going once, twice. Okay, you must be shy. I'm going to call on Julie Gable, or Gabaley, and then Joe O'Connor. So please come forward, Ms. Julie. Then Marnie Flylene Ellison. So please come forward, Ms. Julie. Gabale. You're coming? Okay. And then tee up Mr. O'Connor and Ms. Ellison. Right there at the podium. Okay, give it to me. Oh, all right, thank you, Christine. Okay. Please give your name, and once you do that, and your potential affiliation if you want to, and then you will start your 3 minutes. Okay? Right after you give your name, et cetera, then we'll start the 3 minutes. You're distributing something in writing for board members to have? Do I understand that?
I'm sorry?
You have asked
Do you
something
all
in
have
writing?
a
Okay.
copy of the letter dated?
Okay.
Then? Okay.
Okay, you give us your name, and then we'll start the 3 minutes. Good morning.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. My name is Julie Gable, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to each of you and share with you some of my concerns. I will tell you directly that my ask for you today on the American River Common Features Project, specifically Contract 3B and 4B, to which my comments are directed, I ask you to not only not approve that in the package today, that we also pull it back, rework and rethink it. The underlying studies have significant problems, and they are so profound and numerous, it isn't a project that should proceed. But one of the most important, I think, pieces of data that the board and also many of the members in the public, including officials, may not understand is in the underlying documents for Contract 3B and 4B and the American River in total, is that we will not, after all this work is said and done, have 200-year flood protection level to the state's law and to the state's standard. And in fact, in those documents, which is some of the screenshots that I've shared, and I apologize to the public that you can't see that, but we'd be happy to share it with you, that is that American River, after all is said and done, will be at a 60% assurance. And so we do shared products because we don't have enough money to do it on our own. I question, how is that making us not be the weak link in the system? How does that give us the adequate protection that we need? And why is this not discussed more fully in the study, which should be a requirement because it is a risk to the public for the people that are along the American River that don't have that same protection. Whereas, on the other hand, for the Sacramento area, they are going to have 90%. So it is specific. Again, we will not have 200-year flood protection for the American River after all the ARCF projects are done. And I spoke about that on the 27th. And what I found when we asked for a copy of the staff report was there was no mention about any discussion about what we were going to be delivered. And it is a grave concern for us. And also it's a wise way of looking at how we're spending our tax dollars, the disruption to people's lives, the devastation that you're going to hear many other speakers talk about to the river. And it's a wild and scenic river that has standing, but it also has been measured for its economic value. And that economic value is $365 million a year. So I think that that needs to be looked at more closely. And the statements in the actual documents say it will be upon the local community and the state to aggregate and show that they somehow prove and make the standard to which we are subject to achieve the 200-year flood protection. And I'm not sure if that's a paper game. I know right now on the floor of the Senate, we have County of Sacramento, City of Sacramento, and SAFCA getting an extension to our 200-year flood laws because we're not achieving it, and they're relying on this project to get them there. So I think you need to do some more homework on this if you haven't found that in the documents, and including our public officials that haven't found it, I'd be happy to share where it is.
All right, thank you for that. I also did receive it by email, so I've read it down well again, so thank you.
And my, just real quick, my most current letter gives you the correct citations because it is in different places in different reports.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mr. O'Connor?
Thank you.
After Mr. O'Connor, Ms. Ellison. After Ms. Ellison, Adele Kruger. So let's tee up. Good morning. Give your name and then your 3 minutes will start, sir.
I'm Joseph O'Connor. I'm here to talk about Contract 3B on the American River. I'm a member of the Bank Protection Working Group representing the Parkway Coalition. I'm also from New Orleans, and everybody remembers Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I went down there shortly after people were allowed in. I'd lost my brother in the aftermath. I was there a week. I toured the whole area, all of Mississippi, southern Louisiana. I saw everything. I know more about floods than perhaps anyone in this room. Whoops. So I have no particular reason to criticize the Army Corps of Engineers flood protection plan. I'm sure it's a good flood protection plan, and I believe they did do what they could to limit damage to the parkway. However, we have to recognize that the plan does extensive environmental damage to the parkway. And my thought is, let's be sure before proceeding. I'm going to contrast contracts 1 and 2 with contract 3B. During contracts 1 and 2, the Bank Protection Working Group met regularly. These were in-person meetings. We had full discussions, a lot of research, on-site visits, many core borings to ascertain the soil level. So it was very thorough. We came together, contract 1 and 2, everyone agreed on it, agreed what needed to be done. Along comes contract 3B. Something else came along with it, and that's COVID. That ended all in-person meetings. It eliminated on-site visits. We had few and far between meetings of the Bank Protection Working Group, and these were internet meetings. Internet meetings were good for presentations, but they're very bad for discussions. So things were not really vetted out very well. So what we're left with is, can more be done for the parkway? Well, we really don't know. Now we have 2 problems. 1, we don't know. 2, the public is upset. What I've been proposing for more than a year now is a pause and what I call a modified peer review. This is nothing unusual about this. For complicated projects like this, let's reconstitute the Technical Resource Advisory Committee, the Bank Protection Working Group. Let's add a couple of more experts that have other ideas about flood protection and erosion. Let's not try to develop 2 competing plans. Let's put the groups together and come away with one good plan that everyone can agree on. Let's do more soil borings to ascertain what's erodible, and in-person meetings and discussions only. Let's be sure before proceeding. It's important. It's a major public concern.
Thank you. Ms. Ellison, and after Ms. Ellison, Adele Kruger. After Adele Kruger, Stephanie Christian. Good morning. If you say your name, and then we'll start your 3 minutes. Thank you.
So too close. My name is Marnie Filling Ellison. I'm a biologist, author, and illustrator born and raised in Sacramento. I truly appreciate you listening to the people who live here. The Wild and Scenic Rivers Act of 1968 selected particularly valuable rivers so that they and their immediate environments would be protected for the benefit of present and future generations. The American River is the only state and federally designated wild and scenic river in a major metropolitan area in the country. Not the county, not the state, but the country. It's the only one. Everyone agrees that flood mitigation measures along the American River are necessary, but they should be thoughtful, preserving as much of the region as possible. I've been to a number of these meetings, and along with other speakers have discussed the value of the 3B area as it exists now for maintaining biodiversity, climate regulation, soil stabilization, and habitat for wildlife, including endangered and non-endangered species that rely on this corridor to survive and thrive. If you look at an aerial map of Sacramento, the Parkway is the green belt through miles and miles of cement and asphalt. Even with the proposed restoration plan, the fragmentation of this corridor will disrupt the life cycles of countless species of birds, fishes, mammals, insects, and plants for years, for decades. Some won't recover. This portion of the river provides, for free, improved air quality, improved water quality, higher housing values, mental health, and education. The Title I school along this stretch of the river will feel a big impact in air quality, noise, recreation, and educational value. In addition to enormous benefits for our health, the environment, and the planet, the parkway provides free and local recreation for everyone. Did you know that more people visit the American River Parkway annually than visit Yosemite in a year? Buildings can be rebuilt and laws can be rewritten. If a large swath of the river is bulldozed and replanted, it'll look better in 8 to 10 years, but it won't have the diversity, continuity, or carbon sequestration that we have now. The 3B portion of the American River Parkway is an established ecosystem that is part of our heritage, a fragile, interconnected web of plants, animals, bacteria, and fungi that have been evolving together for thousands of years. It is literally irreplaceable. This is Sacramento's Yosemite, our Yellowstone, or our Everglades. Its fate is in our hands when so little is right now and when so much of our country's wildlands are being threatened. This is what we can do. There's no rush. Let's do it right. Thank you.
Ms. Kruger. Adele Kruger, then Stephanie Christian, then Coleman Johnson. Ms. Kruger. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Adele Kruger. My interest in this matter stems from 15 years as a mile steward, Mile 11 North. I read on your website that your board sets standards for flood control to protect life, property, and habitat, and I'm emphasizing habitat. I think that the amount of destruction to the riparian habitat in contract 3B and 4B far outweighs any possible benefit. Excuse me just a moment. The areas that need bank erosion control or work, repair, can be done without cutting down hundreds of trees and scouring out the underbrush down to bare dirt. So I would ask your board to take advantage of your mandate to emphasize habitat protection along with life and property. And since I have more than a minute left, I also want to say to Mr. Desmond, about Mr. Desmond, he does not represent his constituents in his remarks. Thank you.
Who said that? Stephanie Christian, then Coleman Johnson, then Patricia Larry.
Morning.
That gives you a hint that maybe
Stephanie Christensen.
Okay. Good morning.
I spoke at the last meeting, and
Say your name
one
again,
of your
please.
board members asked me, where's the Alhambra Theater? We tore it down, but we saved the Sutter Memorial Auditorium for speaking out because we knew it was a big mistake. And anyway, I see this as a big mistake too. I've sent you all, I don't know if you had a chance to see my email, but it was pictures of before and after. This is one of the most beautiful spots on the Lower American, and it's going to look like by H Street, a canal. 10 years, I don't know if I'm going to be around in 10 years to see a tree be 15 feet. But last night, I mentioned the animals, the habitat. We saw alligator, lizard the other night. But last night, while I was walking, I have a video of a bobcat. A bobcat. They're elusive, and now I was just astonished that it happened the night before we come to this meeting. And this bobcat will not be where it was last night when this happens. I want you to think about the habitat there. And yeah, I live a block off the American River. I get the whole bank and some spots, but to see this devastation of the parkway that's going to take years, it doesn't make sense to me. There'll be generations that will not see what I've seen. And you know, I saw that the city has approved an urban forest plan to increase the trees from 19% to 35% in Sacramento. And you're shaking your head, you know what I'm talking about. So to see these 700 trees be taken down seems counterproductive to what the city is wanting. So I'm hoping that you folks will really rethink about modifying this, because this really is devastating to me, that this could happen, where it's going to look like a canal and take years for my grandchildren to be able to see what I've seen. And it won't be the same. It will be the Alhambra Theater gone. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
Then Patricia Leary, then Edward Smith. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing me.
The clock starts.
I know.
You know.
It makes me want to cry when I think about somebody taking 1,000 trees out of my neighborhood. They're saying, oh, it's 675 to 715. Well, I go out there every day. My house is ground zero, right on the Parkway. When I came here, it was one of the first places I went to. And I bought my house right there where I saw that first place. 20 years later. Took me 20 years, but I got it. And for somebody to come along with all the fancy plans and all the technology and the know-how, I was there when they renovated the canal at Mayhew. It was awful. 20 feet from my house. They damaged my house. They did nothing about it. And they refused to even acknowledge it. I have pictures of it. And for you and anybody else to consider taking out, they're saying 700 trees. Me and my neighbors have gone out there and it's thousands of trees. They're talking about heritage trees, trees that are big enough that it takes hundreds of years to grow to. There's a lot of trees that they're not telling you about. This would be devastating to my community. I'm here on behalf of my community because I don't want it to happen. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Patricia Leary, and then Edward Smith, and then Andres Willie. I don't know. Okay. Patricia Leary, are you here? I don't see. Okay. Thank you for that. Edward Smith, good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
I'll never criticize someone's writing, but I'm having trouble with the next one. Andres Willing, something. Good morning, sir.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Edward Smith. I represent myself, and I work with American River Trees on getting the word out on this project. This is my fourth time providing input to this board. I appreciate the opportunity, although what I understand is that there's a lot of listening and not a lot of reaction and response to what the people, the stakeholders in this area have provided as far as input. And I think what's really clear here in this discussion is that everybody in this room is in favor of erosion protection and flood control, doing the best thing we can possible to reduce chances of flooding. But apparently, from what we heard from the first speaker, we're not even going to achieve something that's not a law, but it's a California policy about flood control projects should exceed a 90% reduction or 90% less chance of having a flood overtop the banks of the levees. And this project does not do that, even after doing a lot of very disruptive and destructive actions. So I think we're set up with kind of a false dichotomy here of you're either in favor of flood control or you're a tree hugger and you're against it. But I'm here to say that you've heard from many of us that American River Trees and a lot of us stakeholders also want to see flood control happen, but believe, based on reading a close read of the Army Corps documents and the contractor reports, that there is a better way to do this work that is less destructive and still maintain some recreational and visual quality and maintaining habitat. The Army Corps' own data show that the risk of flooding caused by river velocities at the construction sites is the river velocity is not high enough to require such extreme measures as vetments and launchable tows and rocks, a heavy riprapping of the river, whether it's seen or unseen. So contracts 3B and 4B will permanently destroy more than 3 miles of beautiful, lush riparian vegetation. We all know that. We talk about having unavoidable significant impacts. I'm here to say those impacts are avoidable. Don't do the project as it's written. And please listen to the stakeholders here and take an opportunity to incorporate some of the analysis and data that is in the Army Corps' reports and the contractors' reports and come up with a better design that meets multiple goals of habitat protection, conservation of species, listed or unlisted, and maintaining our visual corridor and recreational area. Thank you.
Andrea Wiley, I got a translation on you, and then Pam Britton, and then Michael Seaman. Good morning.
Good morning. Andrea Willie, Dr. Andrea Willie. I think I'm professionally sanctioned to have unreadable handwriting. I thank you for your attention this morning. I'm going to say much of what I've said numerous times before. I urge you to reconsider the erosion and mitigation plans for the American River Project. These impacts are significant, but they are avoidable. The removal of riverine forests will destroy wildlife habitat, leaving cavity nesting birds and other wildlife that are relying on trees for cover without shelter. The use of a Rudia pond to offset this damage is unacceptable. This is aimed at primarily fish mitigation, not birds and mammalian wildlife. This is one of only 2 open pond spaces along with Arden Pond that is critical for over 250 water birds for nighttime roosting. Using either pond would displace these birds and harm their survival. Please adopt a plan that preserves both trees and ponds using less invasive bank protection methods. Thank you.
Okay. Pam Britton and Michael Seaman. Then John Cameron. Pam Britton. There you are. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm not here today because I dislike the Army Corps of Engineers. All of us are here today because we love our river. We're here because shade matters, habitat matters.
Ms. Britton, would you move your mic closer to you? Just go like this. Thank you.
We are here today because shade matters, habitat matters, life matters. When the Corps cuts down these 675 plus trees, they're not just clearing brush, they're clearing away nests, nurseries, and the very breath of the river. They're turning living ecosystems into lifeless channels of rocks. And what for? A temporary illusion of control. Less destruction methods can and must be used to achieve erosion control. CEQA analysis is not compliant. Environmental impact analysis and mitigation measures appear to be based on inaccurate data. 675 trees, many hundreds of years old, and miles of wild and scenic habitat will be lost forever. Certification of Contract 3B. I oppose this. Please reject it. It's significant, it's destructive, but it's avoidable. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Seaman? Then Mr. Cameron, then Ann Olson, and then I have a request for a half hour to get something to eat.
Thank you. I'm Michael Seaman. I'm a retired state scientist speaking in opposition to the project. One of my master's degrees was in environmental planning and landscape architecture. I support concepts that I learned from Ian McHarg in his book, Design with Nature. And also that I learned from Luna Leopold, former chief hydrologist of the USGS, in his book, Fluvial Processes in Geomorphology. So I know how rivers are supposed to work. When I moved here in 1978, there were three things that were world-class attractions: the Jazz Festival, the Yellow-billed Magpie, and the American River Parkway. The Jazz Festival's gone, the Magpie's struggling, and the Parkway is now threatened with destruction. Let's save the Parkway like San Francisco Bay was saved in the 1960s. The Reber plan to dam the bay wound up having to be researched, and research was done by the Corps of Engineers. A lot of money was spent, a lot of distinguished politicians gave their positions, a lot of respected engineers weighed in. Ultimately, the Bay Conservation Development Commission was formed by the McIntyre-Petrus Act. And BCDC brought Bay Fill under control, improving public access and development. I know because I worked there in the mid-1970s. Today, sustainable natural solutions are used against climate change and sea level rise. We can do the same here. We don't have to destroy our riparian forest. The damage is avoidable. Most people are really not aware of this project. You see people here, you should multiply this number by 500 to 1,000 because most people don't even know this is going on. The trees are hydraulic pumps. They're valuable in carbon sequestration. And when you take them out, you lose that. So please don't approve this project. I agree with the speakers that have said and that will say that the CEQA analysis is not compliant and that the environmental impact analysis is based on inadequate data. We don't have to take all these trees out. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cameron, and then Ann Olson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Dolan, members of the board. John Cameron, fellow citizens, taxpayers, voters. I think I've spotted the people here from the Corps based upon their facial expressions while other speakers were speaking. I appreciate the chance to talk. I walked the river yesterday and looked at the tree that is featured so prominently in the Corps' sales pitch to destroy miles of the unique environment that's the American River Parkway. You know the one I'm talking about. It's got the split branches and the roots are exposed. If you look closely, you'll see that somebody's nailed pieces of wood on it so that they can climb up. It has a name. It's called the salmon tree because it's right over salmon spawning grounds. And one of our neighbors, there's some lore in the neighborhood, fell off that tree 35 years ago while he was looking at the salmon. So that tree's been there. And this is your poster child for the urgency of erosion. That tree's been there about 70 years, right? So, anyway, board members, you're being asked to approve a solution to a problem that, according to everybody but the Corps of Engineers, doesn't exist. Yes, there is some erosion, and yes, some of it does need to be fixed, but you don't need to bulldoze the thing. And if the Corps is so certain that people will love the solution, you got plenty of money. Where's the computer simulation of what it's going to look like, showing that it's fine and we're going to be really happy with it? Okay, you're not putting it up there because you know that's a bunch of hogwash. So you know, I'm hearing from people on the street, oh yeah, they got the money, they got to spend it. No, you don't. I'm here to say that you have a job that nobody's talking about, and that's your fiduciary responsibility. The Corps, you have the same one, to spend our tax dollars wisely on the best possible solution. Turns out you're spending it to fix a problem that you don't really fix. I saw some expressions, again, I'm assuming members of the Corps shaking their head when people were talking about a 60% solution. There are no real solutions. And I'm going about this from a different perspective. Yes, I like the environment, but if you wanted to spend the money on something like I'm wrapping up, I've got 33 seconds, I think. I'll speed it up. Sorry, ma'am, I wasn't trying to be facetious. Somebody wanted to put a nice, safe nuclear reactor in my backyard, I'll be all for it. But ripping the river out for a solution that doesn't solve the problem, I'm not for that at all. And I want you to do your job and look at the checkbook and hold people accountable for how you're spending our money, which you're required to do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Ann Olson. Yesterday I sent you a letter that details my concerns about contracts 3B and 4B. To summarize, the subsequent EIR contains serious mistakes and errors of omission. It doesn't fully and correctly describe the environmental setting. It analyzes impacts to vegetation, wildlife, and recreation poorly. It fails to identify all significant impacts. It fails to analyze alternatives and use all feasible means to avoid impacts. And it contains seriously deficient mitigation measures. Unfortunately, the response to comments on the draft subsequent EIR obfuscates, equivocates, and prevaricates. It doesn't really respond to our comments. The documents in your agenda package don't correct those problems. For each significant and unavoidable impact, the statement of overriding consideration says that there are no feasible mitigation measures that would avoid or reduce the impact. These statements are not true in all cases. The Mitigation and Monitoring Reporting Program just restates the mitigation measures. Many of them lack the deep level of detail that you need to determine their adequacy. There's no discussion of how they'll be enforced. In many cases, there's no discussion of how monitoring and reporting will be done, and you are not told what will be done if the mitigation doesn't work as promised. As proposed, the Contract 3B and 4B projects will permanently damage the wildlife habitat and recreational enjoyment of this beautiful river. The project will not provide 200-year flood protection, which means that there will be another costly levee project soon. I can't imagine how this will be accomplished without compounding the damage caused by this project. Please don't subscribe to the Corps' unwritten motto, which seems to be, I came, I saw, I conquered, and I declared victory over nature before the consequences of my negligence became apparent. You can remove contracts 3B and 4B from the subsequent EIR certification. It's not going to be the end of the world or break the bank. It's just the right thing to do. And we have given you the gift of environmentally superior and feasible alternatives that meet all of the project objectives. I'd like to leave you with some words that were attributed to Chief Seattle, circa 1854. You must remember that the rivers are our brothers, and you must give the rivers the kindness you would give to any brother. The white man does not understand. The earth is not his brother, but his enemy. And when he has won the struggle, he moves on. He treats the earth as something to be bought, plundered, and sold. In this way, the dogs of appetite will devour the rich earth and leave only a desert. Thanks for listening.
What the board's going to do now is we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. Then we'll come back, make sure we get all of you. Okay, the board's reconvening. We are at public comment time, so I'm going to start with the ones that I have in front of me here. The last name is, Sylvia Pitchett. I probably said the last name wrong, I'm sorry. After that, Katie Thomas. After that, Dylan Stapleton. Good afternoon, is it good? Yeah, good afternoon.
There we go. All right, my name is Sylvia Pritchett, and I'm a resident along the Contract 3B area. When you vote on this today, you're voting on my home, my neighborhood, and the reason why I live there and not elsewhere in Sacramento. So on behalf of myself, my neighbors, children, and grandchildren yet to come, I'm asking you to consider better ways than the destructive, unnecessary Contract 3B. Many suggestions have been made to the board on how to approach the erosion proofing of the river in a way that incorporates nature rather than destroys it. Win-win, right? For us, the city, the income from the millions who come here for recreation, and for future generations. This area of the river is straight. No flooding in 1986, a levee that's had a lot of improvements and always holds. What would scare me is a bare shoreline and water free to rush through at high speeds should that 1,000-year flood ever occur. As one of those 500,000 heads in beds, I implore you, don't let the destruction of the jewel of Sacramento become your legacy when there are so many better ways. Thank you.
Katie Thomas? She needed to leave? Okay, thank you for letting me know that. Sorry for that. Dylan Stapleton? Mr. Stapleton? Dylan Stapleton.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Dylan Stapleton. I am 17, and I am against Contracts 3B and 4B. Contracts 3B and 4B should be removed from the American River Common Features package. Suspend these contracts so we can create a safer and more environmentally friendly flood protection project. The American River Parkway is valued in the community. As a high school senior at Rio Americano High School, I used the parkway numerous times. Our classes often take levee walks. My track team utilizes the trails for practice, and I often take walks with my family. These walks are such a fun environment and a great way to get learning outside of the classroom. The walks are scenic and peaceful. If this project is approved, we will no longer have access to the levee due to construction, not to mention the noise, the dust that will enter our campus from the levee, and driving construction vehicles on the levee. Walking along the levee and river will no longer be possible due to the construction, and definitely not scenic due to the lack of trees post and during construction, as this project will destroy many, many trees in the process. The river provides community value as well as economic value. The river receives 8 million visits per year and provides $365 million to the economy. The river is an area where rafting, swimming, and playing occur. Dogs, people, and other animals all use the river. With impacts of construction, water quality will decrease and may be harmful to organisms from fish, birds, and dogs to plants and people. Okay. My aunt and uncle live right near where the construction is for Contract 4B in the College Glen area. The noise pollution and damage to wildlife habitat is concerning. The noise and dust pollution is concerning for the people nearby, especially for the elderly and those with compromised health, like my aunt and uncle, who have lived there for over 60 years. My goal is to ensure a beautiful and protected natural landscape for future generations. With the current proposed plans for contracts 3B and 4B, this will not be possible. Suspend contracts 3B and 4B for the betterment of the environmental, community, and educational impact that the river provides. Thank you.
Susan Mills. Susan Mills, followed by Nancy Evans, and then Gay Jones. Susan Mills.
I think she's online. She's online now.
Oh, she's online now. Susan Mills, did you go home and now you're online?
Could we give Susan Mills the ability to unmute?
Yeah. She probably need to go. Susan Mills?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was there today, but I couldn't stay. I'm a resident. I live on my back gate opens to Larchmont Community Park, and I will be significantly impacted by this project. I want to acknowledge all the comments that my neighbors have made, and I agree with them. I think there's a strategic approach that can be taken here, and I implore you to oppose Project 3B and the other projects, and and come up with a better way. I think there have been better ways presented. I'm a little shaky today. We were in Texas over the July 4th weekend, and my daughter survived the flash flooding. She was in a van. It was swept away into Cow Creek, and she was with a family of 5, and thankfully, because of trees on the riverbank, she was able to get to a tree and hold onto a branch and use her iPhone, grateful to Apple for having water-resistant phones, to call 911. The tree saved her life. Like if there weren't any trees along the river, she might not be here today. And one of our friends, a 17-year-old, she did not survive. She perished in the river. And what if an earthquake happens? What if something shakes this whole scene up? And, we can't control everything. And the trees do save, like having the trees there, it makes logical sense to have the roots. Someone mentioned hydraulic system of the trees, the stability of the root systems to save someone's life floating down the river. Unanticipated, unexpected. I really do there's so much benefit to having that natural balance with our human ingenuity. We are such an intelligent, species here on this planet. I know we can do better than to just completely demolish the riverbank. So I please implore you to oppose the project as it stands. There are other options. Seek those out. You all are very smart people. I believe in your abilities and I believe in your leadership. And I really thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Well, I feel for you, as I know so many do, that your daughter is okay. What a tragedy in Texas. Nancy Evans? Then Gay Jones? Then Sharon Kirsten? Nancy? No? Oh, I thought you were moving and you were. Nancy Evans. We'll set that here and see if maybe she took a longer lunch. Gay Jones.
My name, is that too loud?
That's
No,
perfect.
I'm trying to balance. Thanks, Mr. Leaf. My name is Gay Jones, and I'd like to thank the board president, board members, and folks in the public realm for this opportunity to state my opposition to the CEQA certification of Contract 3B. In addition to submitted comments in opposition, recall the work that has been accomplished. Slurry walls, raising levees, construction of new levees, small specific revetments, Folsom Dam improvements. All the above eliminates urgency and allows time for reconsideration of Contract 3B. The proposal is an example, as it is, the proposal is an example of one size fits all, and we know that really doesn't work. I urge the board to pause, reevaluate all impacts, and then modify Contract 3B. Thank you.
Sharon Kirsten, then Cindy Elliott. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Sharon Kirsten, and I have lived in this area for over 33 years, and the trees along the river are very important to me. I enjoyed them as a jogger, and now in my retirement as a bird watcher. I've seen bald eagles fly through this area and have seen them in Largemont Park. I have also seen the yellow-billed magpie nesting in the large trees near the levee near Largemont Park. These birds are only found in California Central Valley and are considered a vulnerable species due to a significant population decline due to the West Nile virus and the loss of habitat. There is so much division in our country, and it would be nice to see that we could work together as a community and make it work for all of us. And I also have another added part to this. I talked with civil engineer Bill Bratton this week, and he brought up a concern that I feel the board should be aware of. That is that the planned construction method requires large areas of trees and vegetation to be removed in the fall for equipment access that would leave the riverbanks unprotected for an entire wet season prior to the installation of the riprap, launchable trenches, tows the following year, and one or more large storm events occurring during that wet season that require high flows in the river. This could significantly increase the chance of a levee failure that wouldn't have otherwise occurred. Please consider requiring another look at the proposal for Contract 3B that doesn't require removal of trees and vegetation, such as the bioengineering and cobble methods that have been planned and promised and already found to be feasible. Thank you.
Cindy Elliott, then Earl Lagomarsino, then Galen McCall. If you're pretty far away and I called your name, you might want to start moving forward. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Cindy Elliott, and I live a couple blocks away from Gristmill Park, and I'm obsessed with the river.
What was the name of the park?
Gristmill.
Thank you.
Yeah. So mine's just short, sweet, and maybe a little brutal. How could the current design of the Lower American River Levee project be approved? The river has been protected since 1978 under the Congress as a protected natural, wild, and scenic river act, and also by the California Wild and Scenic Act, especially the lower segment of the American River, which is designed as a recreational river under these acts and is to be left as it is. In the natural state. The huge concern is the continuation of the type of levee work projected and to continue and to be demolished, like the area of H Street by the college area. It will be a total disaster on a heavy rain year. We have watched massive amounts of soil erosion being washed down the river in the exact area because there is nothing holding it in its place. Plus, there are dead trees tied together, anchored to the water edge, which I guess is for the fish to know that this is the only place that they could spawn now in that area. Doesn't make sense. This part of the river looks like a high school student's science project design with obviously very little planning or experience involved. I hate to say it, if this project moves forward, it's going to go down in history as one of the biggest, most disastrous work project causing billions in flooding. It potentially could be one of the worst construction projects ever built in the area. This is a delicate ecosystem that has been functioning perfectly well on its own for thousands of years. The Army Corps of Engineers are good at what they do. They specialize in concrete rivers, like the LA River. This is not that type of situation or project and never will be. It requires a completely different design and approach. All the trees that are going to be torn out are currently completely protecting the river's edge, keeping all the soil and rock in place with their massive root system. They are doing their job perfectly well as is. Please, please, we need a completely different thought-out approach. We all are not only tree huggers, we are all visionaries.
Are you wrapping up?
That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, I went past 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Earl Lagomarsino. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Speaking in opposition, respectfully. I disagree with the approach here. There's been talk about erosion. We know that the river was caused by erosion. That's a natural course of events in rivers, especially when they flood. The levee never was eroded in any significant manner by the floods, recent floods, and also even the floods in the 90s before the levee was raised and reinforced with a slurry wall. I believe that is sufficient after the project to narrow in the narrowest part of the river in Campus Commons, where by short-sightedness, the developers and the landowners put the levee closer together there because they wanted to squeeze more development out of it and more profit. I believe that's been mitigated, though, by the project and that portion of the river to prevent that bottleneck. If you look upstream at the distance between the levees, it's much wider in this area where they're talking about. There's plenty of room in the river. I've never seen great swaths of erosion in the various floods that have happened in that, and in that part of the river. There have been some small islands that were washed away and other islands that were formed. That's a natural course of events. As we know, I'm sure, back to the founding of this country, there was a arrogant and ignorant approach towards riparian lands, which was to drain them, block them, and build on them. It was short-sighted. They didn't know what they were doing, and they're maybe a little bit arrogant. But we don't need to do that anymore. I'm not suggesting that they're doing the same thing, but if you do look at the LA River, it seems to be kind of a similar approach, but just putting some rock there and a few feet of dirt over it is not going to allow a great oak tree to grow on that landscape. So also I think it needs to be taken into account is a human element of attachment to this riparian forest along this portion of the river that I grew up on, like our council member, supervisor mentioned. We're attached to this river. That's a human element. We don't need to do this. I believe all we need to do is work on the levee, reinforce that, maybe down to the toe of the levee to prevent erosion from happening there, and let the river do its thing. The best bioengineer in the world is Mother Nature. Mother Nature always has the last word. So let's keep that in mind. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Galen McCall, then Mark Berry, then Barbara Domick. Galen McCall. Galen McCall. Put that here in case you took a long lunch. Mark Berry. Mark Berry.
Hello, good afternoon, President
Hello.
Dolan and the board. Thank you for letting me speak here. You know, flood protection is essential, and all of us want the people to be safe. The question really for the board is, are there better measures to diminish the significant and unavoidable impacts? You know, California is the 4th largest economy in the world. You know, it's the biggest donor state, you know, and we're far ahead of the other donor states. We must be doing something right. And when I think about that, part of that is we do have some natural advantages, and our natural advantages in part are protected under our CEQA regulations. And in those CEQA regulations, there are categories. One's land use, one's cumulative impact evaluation, and another is looking at the alternative analysis, maybe for land acquisition. So to protect portions of the last 5% of the riparian environment of the state, there was this Urban American River Parkway Preservation Act that formally recognized the American River Parkway Plan as the preservation, management, and enhancement guide for the parkway. It says that state and local agencies shall adhere to the parkway plan. Now, that plan does not outright ban riprap, but it does make it clear that it must minimize its use to impacts to wildlife, habitat, and visual intrusion. The language of the Act frames its use to limited areas where it is absolutely necessary for flood control or public safety. In looking at the existing American River Flood Control Project pre-2016, the bank was rip-wrapped about 3.1 miles measured along the river channel, if it's not doubled up. Looking at the percentage of the American River Parkway that will have riprap if we're added to this, with this new proposal of the Common Features Project, that'll be approximately about another 4 miles. So together, this is about 7 miles of riprap in a 23-mile park. That's about 30% of this wild and scenic river that is going to have riprap along it. This is extensive and substantial, and I don't think it's adequately addressed in the analysis that's been provided in the environmental document. You know, this riprap is not the same as natural bank protection for fish and for wildlife. So before we approve it, just a couple considerations. One is the deferred mitigation that puts off considerations to the construction project was not adequately performed in the past, and there's concerns that this will be continued if this next project is released. Another one is the habitat and tree loss. You know, these are substantial and unavoidable and permanent impacts. You know, riprap placement is not a temporary change. It is permanent acreage loss to the parkway, and 30% of our parkway has been lost.
Mr. Berry, can you wrap up?
I'll wrap up right now.
Thank you.
We don't believe that there's been adequate efforts to procure open spaces along the parkway to offset this substantial loss that's being undertaken with these proposed projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barbara Domek. After that, Ellen Rhodes, Kathleen Mead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Domek, and I live along the American River Parkway between Howe Avenue and Watt Avenue. I've lived there for 40 years with my husband. Our family was raised there. Our children spent their youth on the river.
Nice.
During the 1986 flood, my husband and I stood on the Watt Avenue Bridge, and we were awestruck by the thunderous flow of water beneath our feet on the trembling bridge. We prayed the levee would hold as the water rose against it. The levee held. Through the years, we've seen the levee here be maintained, repaired, and slurry enforced, as well it should be, along with the recent improvements and upgrades to the dam upstream to provide the essential flood protection that required. And they do their job well, and we are grateful for that. But just as impressive during these high water events that we witnessed was the way the trees and the vegetation and the riverbank held. The trees stood strong. They flowed the flow of water against the levee, and they held the riverbank in place and protected it from erosion. When it was all over, it was a sight to see. We saw fish stuck up in the trees' branches. We saw long-lost beach towels and other debris high in the trees. And those grand, mature trees stood tall throughout it all. We saw the same thing during the flood of 1995, 97, and subsequent atmospheric river storm events. The trees held. The riverbank did not wash away. The levee was protected. The trees still stand strong, as they have for generations, as many of them have stood for centuries. The shady, beautiful, species-diverse, historical, wildlife-rich American River Parkway is a unique and precious jewel in the Sacramento region. No other city can claim such an amazing natural river habitat running right through its city. It must be preserved and protected, especially in this specific contract area. As conservationist and educator Effie Yaw envisioned, the proposed mitigation plan and replanting is insufficient, and it will never replace what we have now. Not in our lifetimes. When it's gone forever. We all are hearing a lot about temporary effects, but the word temporary has not been clearly defined in all cases. Temporary could mean centuries, millennium. Effie Yaw was instrumental in starting the protection of this important riparian natural corridor that runs through our city, and her vision was that it would remain intact for all generations to come. As stewards of her legacy and those forward-thinking environmentalists that followed in her footsteps, it's imperative that we find the most delicate, lightly tread, least disruptive methods of erosion control possible, no matter how intricately complex or costly or lengthy those fine-tuned methods may be, to protect the trees and the habitat of this historical and natural environment that has thrived since the early indigenous people called this special place their home. It is imperative, prudent, and foresighted to
Ms.
keep
Dilmick,
the parkway intact, our crown jewel of Sacramento.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rhodes? And Kathleen Mead? And James Williams. Good afternoon.
Okay, I came here to represent the voiceless, the animals, all of them, all the wildlife. But I heard something a little while ago from Mr. Silva that I believe was the first public announcement that a determination had been made about compliance with the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. I don't believe that any vote should be taken today because there has not been discussion about that apparent determination of compliance. And there's no further information available about it now as well. So first, I'd like to suggest that you understand that you should not be making a decision today, voting on this matter until the public's had some opportunity to both learn about this and ask questions about it. There's been no discussion time. And now, I'd like to say a couple other things. A natural river is not just water. It's not just the banks. It's all the wildlife, all the connecting creatures, all of their interactive lives. And their lives are short, mostly, and they're unknown to us, mostly, and yet they are the river. So if we're gonna try to manage risk, we have to manage risk for all those animals, for all those species, not just our own risk. And we're not going to succeed entirely at any risk management. It's always going to be, because of the unknown factors, always going to be somewhat of a gamble. So I'd like to suggest that your responsibilities broaden from simply protecting private property and people to include all of the other species who make the river their home and who are, as I said, actually are, by any real definition of a river, part of the river. They're it. That's it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Mead.
Hello, board members. Thank you for hearing all of our comments today.
You are Kathleen Mead, right?
Yeah, I was just about to
Oh,
say. I'm Kathleen Mead. I'm here representing Friend of Bushy Lake, and I'm a resident up and down the river in the area of Contract 3B. I am a trained forest ecologist, an ecophysiologist, and also I worked for the California Air Resources Board for 33 years. So I am scientifically aware of the data that goes into these analyses. And I just want you guys to be aware how weak the CEQA data collection was that was done by the Corps of Engineers for this section Contract 3B area. I specifically want to point out the species baseline. It was done by a checklist. It was done by people who did not understand some of the more endangered species that are along that line. They've got the flag fish, woohoo! We've heard nothing about fish, 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 fish. We haven't heard any mitigation for any of the other species that are special status species, such as the western pond turtle. There, specifically, Dr. Michelle Stevens has submitted reports and information to you with respect to the western pond turtle. We are doing studies in this area and identifying in this area the western pond turtle. And in addition, it is one step away from being listed as an endangered species and should be considered similarly as an endangered species right now. This is just one of several of the other species that are in this area that were inadequately evaluated by the Corps in this document, and their mitigation is weak. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience for listening to us all. It's a very passionate subject for us, and scientifically, it is scary to see the decision to be made on the data that has been provided. Thank you.
James Williams, and then David Militzer and Jennifer Matson. James Williams. Mr. Williams. He writes very well if you know him. Okay, we'll set that aside. David Militzer, Militzer. David? You're here? You come? And then you're Jennifer, you're next? Okay. You find yourself stuck in the middle there and you hear your name is coming up, maybe move. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name and your association.
Yes, I'm active with the partnership, or the Protect the American River group in Rancho Cordova. And I'm a lifetime environmentalist and an educator. And I want to make my comments very brief. But I believe that we're in an environmental crisis that has to do with our lifestyles, our culture, our governances, our political structure, and our ability to make informed decisions in a timely manner. And I don't underestimate anybody's will to do the right thing that is in this room. But faced with these challenges, I think it's very important for us to understand that we can't sacrifice the future for the present. We can't move too quickly if our processes are not sound. We can't ignore, for example, sustainable natural solutions to the degree that we can integrate them into our flood control efforts. I oppose acting on Measure A and B and 3B and 4B because I think it's been a rush process. I don't think there has been adequate time for careful consideration of how we can integrate culture and nature in a better way. Thank you.
Jennifer Mattson, you can come forward, but our attorney wants to give us some information.
I was just going to request...
It's Mr. G. Dua,
Yeah.
board attorney.
Thank you. Just requesting speakers to please, although the board president is announcing your name, to state your name for the record so our court reporter can capture that accurately for the record, please. Thank you.
I'm counting on you being able to pronounce your name correctly instead of me, Ms. Mattson. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Mattson, and I strongly oppose, sorry, I'm going to get emotional, the approval of Contract 3B. I am horrified that what I consider Sacramento's version of Central Park could be bulldozed and gone forever. I have lived near this section of the American River Parkway for 27 years. In my 20s, it was a place to walk with friends, to pray, to study, to swim, and to play. In my 30s, it was a place to take my younger family members to introduce them to the wonders of bird watching and hiking. In my 40s, I suffered a traumatic brain injury, and having an easily accessible great space helped me to heal through my depression and gave me a goal, because for over a year I could hardly walk. But I made an effort to at least make it to the parkway just to listen to the wind in the trees and the water running over the shallows. These few miles have brought me countless moments of joy, and the parkway is my happy place. When I mentioned this project to fellow Sacramento citizens, every single one has been shocked and dismayed. I strongly believe that if more people knew about this plan, the public outcry would be significantly louder. 6 years ago, I was finally able to purchase my first home, and of course, I chose one close to the American River Parkway. I plan to live the rest of my life here, where I can walk each day to a quiet place in the middle of our busy city. I am an early childhood educator, and after a day in a busy classroom, being under the shade of the trees older than our country and learning to identify the flora and the fauna bring me a calm that is a boon to my mental health. I respect that the levee is aging and needs restoration. There are less destructive methods available and new research since this contract's inception that should be examined. Pause the project because this decision is too important to be rushed. Do not let your board's legacy be the permanent, irrecoverable destruction of the beauty of Sacramento. We do have lovely parks in our city, but our real treasure is this wild, scenic stretch of river that is allowed to change naturally with the seasons and is home to wildlife. A park does not bring the same economic, environmental, or social value that the parkway provides. The Sacramento County website still has a document available detailing plans for the parkway from 2008, which articulates the value of this area and the importance of preserving the jewel of Sacramento. Back then, the county recognized the value of the parkway, so keep that promise to our community that this area is worth protecting. Do not let the utter devastation of this riparian forest happen on your watch. Other methods must be considered and adopted if possible. This year, on Earth Day, when I read the Lorax to my students, the trust they have in us as adults to protect the nature for them as they grow up and for future generations, and the shock and dismay on their small faces at the thought that grown-ups would cut down and destroy habitats was really emotional to me this year with this project. So please don't do this to them. Thank you.
Charlotte Ponder, then Roland Brady, then Heidi McLean. Charlotte Ponder. Mr. Brady, if you're way far away, maybe you could start moving up. And then Heidi McLean. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Ponder. Thank you for the chance to speak today and oppose Contract 3B. I started visiting the Parkway to clean my grandfather's memorial bench with my grandmother. He's memorialized there because the Parkway was so special to him, and it means just as much to me. I've lived near the American River my whole life. I've spent warm summer days by the river with my friends. I've seen kids just like me fall in love with the river at FEO nature camps, and family walks along the trails I still hold very close to my heart. And so much of what makes these memories possible, what makes the Parkway feel alive, are the trees. Some have stood longer than I have been alive. They're the shade, the fresh air, the beauty, the habitat, and the heart of this place. Contract 3B threatens all of this. If the environmental impact report is approved as written, we risk our parkway. We are spending resources to work against nature when we could work with it. I know that we can always do more to protect our home, and I expect you all to do more. These trees have held the parkway together, and they will continue to hold the parkway together if they are left standing. The community knows this, and that is why we are all here today, because it affects us all. The Parkway has been the perfect place to learn, get outside, and unplug, and I've gotten to know the Parkway as it is. But my little sister may be too late. She won't get the same trees, the same shade, and the same peace. We are costing future generations the chance to grow up with what we have loved. These trees are vital, and once they are gone, we cannot go back. No amount of replanting can replace what will be lost. So this is not the time to rush ahead. This is the time to pause, to listen to the community, and reassess. The time for you to do more. More to protect our animals, more to protect our future, and more to protect our home. I am pleading with you to do more to protect the Parkway for my future and my future children and future generations. Thank you.
Mr. Brady, Roland Brady, Heidi McLean, Laura Kohler.
Madam Chair, Gay Jones, on behalf of Dr. Roland Brady, who had to leave, he requested I read his statement into the record.
Okay.
Brief, thank you. Madam President, board members, staff, members of the public. On behalf of Dr. Roland Brady, all the points I wanted to make have already been said, except the proposed mitigation for the American River would be like proposing to tear out all the sidewalks in downtown and mitigate by pouring 2 times the concrete to build a new runway at the airport. Dr. Roland Brady.
Heidi McLean, Laura Kohler, Jody King. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Heidi McLean. Wow, that's loud. Nothing is unavoidable. Nothing. For it to be said that this is unavoidable, really? Everything can be avoided. What you need to do is pause. When I heard that the public input was taken during COVID, that's not public input. You need to pause and do real public outreach because it needs to be one-on-one in a room where people can see each other and give each other input. I would like to know, what tribes did you actually engage with? And when did you engage with them? Who did you engage with? What are the names? How long? And did you take them on site visits? If this was all during COVID, I don't think so. This is a flawed CEQA, definitely flawed. There's information that has been presented in previous meetings that was inaccurate and may be correct in the documents, but saying that there are only 3 heritage oaks when there are actually more than that because they gave the wrong diameter when it was girth that was supposed to be measured. That's inaccurate. The public has inaccurate information. Unavoidable. I love that word. The noise is unavoidable at night. Don't do it at night. It is avoidable. I mean, this like, It gives me great pause to think that these things, these words, these phrases are thrown out to the public like it's the gospel. And it's not. You are all thinking people. Everyone in this room is a thinking person. Think about it. Is there really a rush that you have to approve it today? Or can you pause this project and do it right? Because otherwise there's going to be so much animosity towards you and the decision that you make today if you choose to go forward with this. There will be animosity because then the public will know. When I had no idea this was going to happen. When I saw what happened across from Sac State, because I teach at Sac State, I was horrified. I thought, oh my God, what is this? What have they done to the river? Well, now I know what they have planned for the rest of it. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Turn your mic on. Laurel Kohler? Kolar? Did I hear it? Okay, you're coming. Jody King after that. Pam Montgomery after Jody King. Good afternoon.
Hi, I am Laurel Kohler. I don't envy you the position you're in right now. I don't either. You have the power to make a decision to prevent a mistake that will adversely impact the quality of life in Sacramento for decades. Sure. Please don't make that the legacy of this board by not approving contract 3B as proposed. You know what? In order to make the best decision, you have to have the best information. But have you really received the best information? For example, the claim that the parkway will somehow revegetate itself in 10 years. How is that going to happen when there's going to be nothing but invasive weeds overrunning the parkway? And why do I say that? It's already started. I walked the area between the J Street Bridge and the Guy West Bridge and just randomly grabbed to show you today. These are the invasive weeds. These are the native plants. I mean, that was just in a very limited area. But I want you to see that. And how they are trying to control it is by spraying glyphosate, Roundup, which is a known carcinogen. And that's how they plan to try to control the invasive weeds. But what it's going to end up doing is the invasive weeds are going to become tolerant to the glyphosate, and it's going to help to kill off all the native plants. So you haven't gotten the best information. So how can you make the best decision? So although some native plants have so far survived the glyphosate, the repeated glyphosate applications, if it continues, the weeds will become, as I was saying, tolerant to the chemical and completely overrun the native plants. So once again, please put the welfare of your hometown and its residents ahead of those who are misrepresenting facts to get their destructive plan approved. You know, I wanted to add too, in my remaining minutes, when it's 90 degrees here in Sacramento, there aren't very few places where we can walk our dogs in an extended area where there's a long stretch of shade. One of those few areas, one of the best, is the Kadima access point to the Watt Avenue Bridge. That's where I go almost every day in the summer. Please don't take that away from us. Thank you. Do you want to look at these weeds?
Jody King. Good afternoon. Then
Good
Pam
afternoon.
Montgomery, then Larry Carr. Good afternoon.
Jody King. When I look at this beautiful landscape here, I keep thinking, how many animals live there? How many animals depend upon this tree, the trees, the river, as their shelter? When I heard the presentation made earlier, he said that significant impact was considered. Significant impact to who? What about the animals? The significant impact of them being chased away from their homes is real. Yes, we need to consider a flood, erosion control, the what ifs. But the for sure, undeniable, significant impact is that many animals, this deer, the coyote, the bobcats, they are not going to have a home. They will suffer. Why is it? Let me back up. I have been heavily involved, staying up till 1 at night, 2 at night, to rescue cats that have been cruelly dumped from their homes. Just recently, I rescued 4 kittens and a mama, and they're in foster care. Why is it any different to deny the wild animals of their home? Does a coyote, a deer, the bobcat have any less pain that they feel? Do they have any less ability to love than our cats and dogs at home? Do our cats and dogs at home have any less ability to love or feel pain? Gandhi said, "The condition of one's society can be measured by its treatment of the animals." I'm begging you, and I know that you're listening, I know you care, I can see it in your faces as people are talking, to please vote with your hearts and vote with your conscience. That will be your legacy, however you vote. Thank you.
Pam Montgomery? Are you Mr. Carr? You're ready. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Pam Montgomery. Thank you for hearing us, and I do hope that you pause your vote this afternoon, that you take all of these intelligent and compassionate people's opinion into account, and that this is not just a cursory exercise for our account. I greatly disagree with the fact that the public has been adequately informed, the fact that the timing was all during COVID. It just has not been enough. Less is more in regards to what you have to do. The less people involved, probably better for the Army Corps of Engineers to move forward with basically a scorched earth approach to the riverbank. We all agree the flood protection is paramount to our city's safety. No one is denying that. What But we don't have to sacrifice our wild and scenic river, you know, and the animals, and the trees, the oxygen they provide. We need that now more than ever. I mean, in our society, the way we're going these days, you know, kids are all on their technology and everything. I mean, this river is a place to break away from that. You know, the schools go down there. FEA Nature Center is there. My children went through all those little classes. We have to do better. So please do take all of this into consideration. So I raised 3 kids here in Sacramento. I've lived just up the street from the river for 35 years, same house. My husband was there when he was in 6th grade. So we've spent a lot of time at the river. It's been a huge part of our life. One of my sons just bought a condo in Campus Commons. Was there ever a little note on the deed or a mention by the homeowners association that his backyard was going to become a construction zone? No. So his living room, so I'm sitting in his living room, right? The lobby is the levee. I mean, he is literally right there. So I want him to be safe, but fix the levee, but leave as many trees, the precious trees as you can, certainly the old trees. I've heard discussion about the trees have to go because it makes, you know, percolation through the levee, you know, all this stuff. There's ways to fix the infrastructure, but not just decimate the riverbank. So I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Hey there.
After Mr. Carr, Sergio Diaz, then Bill Bratton.
I'm Larry Carr. I am a resident of, I live a block and a half from Site 41, which is 3B South. And I'm also a geologist and a GIS analyst. And I've been working for the Corps actually as a subcontractor for like 30 years, so I kind of know how these reports go. And they basically, when I heard about this through my friends over here, my neighbors, and newsflash, everybody here is not here because their hobby is going to board meetings. We have much better things to do, but that's the passion everybody has here. So the fact that everybody showed up, it really says something just in itself. So after reviewing the Corps' website and some of the documents, I was kind of stunned on how it really didn't make sense on the level of destruction, their technical approach to, at least I can speak for Area 4.1, it didn't make any sense for the amount of risk because that's such a wide, low flow part of the river right there. And looking at the modeling data, the velocities next to the bank of the river are really low. So it just didn't really make sense. And it's easy to take a project like this and turn it into an abstract idea and not really actually walk the trails to go down there and walk it. And as scientists and engineers, I've been there for 23 years, and I walked these trails every week for years. And after every rain event, we'd walk down there, and it looks almost identical after every high water event and storm, with the exception of small little areas that might have eroded. So that just points to the fact that, yeah, you can go by models and what they predict, these blanket remedies, but if you look at the actual areas and try to apply that to those, it's almost criminal, the amount of destruction that would cause, as opposed to going in and not being lazy about it and going into each individual area and coming up with a remedy just for that area, for each of these little sites. So I really feel that you should, at this point, after hearing everybody's comments, there's no way you can vote yes on this. I don't see how you can do that. It had to be a no vote and it's safe. You're okay voting no because it doesn't mean it's going to be canceled. It just means we just need a little more time. So that's all everybody's asking. Just please vote no. It's not going to have any, unless there's some other political stuff going on. Just say, you know, it's going to be delayed. So I didn't mean that in any kind of dig, but I'm just saying, let's take our time on this and vote no. So I appreciate your time on this, and thanks for hearing everybody out here. So thanks.
Sergio Diaz, and Bill Bratton, and Nancy Nistern.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Dance.
President Nolan, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Today, you've heard a lot of comments, impassioned, heartfelt comments about the need to protect the American River Parkway. We don't have the eloquence of some of the other individuals and experts who have spoken, but we're speaking from our heart. You know, I think it's not so much the idea of protecting the community. It's the method that the Army Corps of Engineers is proposing. Yes, we all understand the need to protect and preserve the American River Parkway, especially our homes, but it's the method by which the Corps of Engineers proposes to do that. I remind you, as a state agency, as a lead agency, you have that authority to hold the Army Corps of Engineers to that higher standard that you have been empowered to do by the state legislature. At a time when the federal government is abandoning its responsibility to safeguard the environment for future generations, you can hold the standard to what the legislature has empowered you to do. You're a small agency, but you're a powerful agency. I remind you that when there's a joint statement, an EIS, EIR, the higher standard is to be followed. In addition to that, the United States Supreme Court has said that and I will quote, CEQA, unlike NEPA, which is what the federal government follows, is essentially a procedural process. That's exactly what the Army Corps of Engineers has done, and it has skewed the administrative record by ignoring comments, valid comments raised by the citizens and reports. In fact, there was an opportunity, as I understand, for some kind of mediation to take place between the Army Corps of Engineers and the citizens that have brought these concerns. And the Army Corps of Engineers denied that. So please consider all the alternatives available and not let this project go forward as is proposed. You have that authority, you have that responsibility. California has always stood at the forefront of protecting and preserving the environment. You have an opportunity to do this. If you need more time, defer any decision until you really study this. Thank you so much.
You know that you're next, then Nancy Nistern, then Zillian Chen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Bratton, and I'm a California registered civil engineer. The environmental document you are considering to certify today has many serious problems, but I only have time to go over a couple of them. To begin with, there's the issue I've brought up many times about the lack of bank protection alternatives for Contract 3B. CEQA requires identification of feasible alternatives that would substantially reduce environmental impacts, analysis of those alternatives in detail, and clear explanation of why they are or are not being implemented. The draft environmental document only included one bank protection alternative and did not include an analysis of bioengineering as had been planned and promised when it had already been found feasible in the project's feasibility study. Analyzing bioengineering in the final environmental document after the designs are complete is much too late for it to be fairly considered. Then at the June 13th board meeting, board member Countryman asked how many heritage oaks will be impacted by the project. The reason he had to ask this is because there is no such counting in the draft or final environmental documents. We were only able to count them because we obtained tree data through a Public Records Act request with SAFCA. This was after Army Corps withheld the same data from us when we asked for it under a Freedom of Information Act request. I sent a letter on June 23rd that explained the definition of a heritage oak according to Sacramento County Code yields a diameter of 19.1 inches based on a girth of 60 inches, and that there are approximately 37 impacted oak trees that meet this definition. Yet the agenda materials states that Army Corps applied the definition of heritage oak to mean 60 inches or greater in diameter, and that only 3 heritage oaks with diameters of 60 inches or greater may be affected. But this count is based on the wrong definition for a heritage oak. A 60-inch diameter tree would be almost 16 feet in girth, and using that definition would disqualify almost every mature oak in the entire region from heritage status or protection. The board should not be making its decision based on an impacted heritage oak count of 3 when the actual number according to county code is approximately 12 times greater. The board should ask, why wasn't the number of heritage oaks being impacted already in the environmental documents? Why did Army Corps withhold the tree data from the public? How can professional engineers think that girth means diameter? And finally, the board should ask the project proponents to cite the correct county code definition of a heritage oak and give the correct number that will be affected by this project as was requested at the board meeting on June 13th. Please vote to require that the environmental document be made compliant with CEQA and be transparent and accurate about the impacts to the trees for Contract 3B. Thank you.
After Nancy Nistern, Zillian Chen, and then Pete Spalding.
I'm Nancy Niskern, and I've lived in College Greens East for 35 years. My question today to the board is, what is the purpose of the environmental impact statement review? Statement or report review. The Corps and the board know of the extreme environmental harm being done to this river and its riverbanks. However, since its first iterations of reports, we found there's been little review for the possibilities of less environmentally harmful solutions. So what is the point of the public review of this 1,780-page document in 45 days that was released on December 23rd of 2023? Without being able to meet with the Corps and discuss concerns and alternatives, we are left disappointed and deeply skeptical that this is truly the best method of flood protection for this portion of the local scenic river. I've spent a year and a half digging deep into what these reports have covered. I have 36 binders at home, each dedicated to a different aspect of this. I invite you to my home, and I even supply coffee. I should not know more than anybody voting on this, but I can tell you today that in GRR Appendix, the State Historical Preservation Office has consultant contracts on file with the tribes that they did in 2014. These tribes, I think there were like 65 that were reached out to, and we have like 30 copies of those contracts. I don't, but the office does. They have an ongoing log in the report that tells about the Indians' response, etc. Project versus programmable analysis. This is explained in Executive Summary, page 2. Programmatic analysis means they're not ready to go forward with in-depth project analysis that they do on everything else. That programmatic analysis included 4 things: the ARMS, the SARMS, the Contract 4B, and the piezometer work. So I didn't look at those, but guess what? They're now in the final report. I don't know how they jumped the basic analytical process. That is very concerning. Significant environmental damage and unavoidable. I think that just doesn't sit well with anybody. You can avoid things, and you need more creative thinkers like liberal arts majors among you. I subscribe to Jamie Silva's listing, but it doesn't agree with your final report, and it doesn't agree with your record of decision. It's very interesting. I see that. Air quality, please pay attention. When you damage young lungs with particulate matter, it's forever. Your staging area at Larchmont Park is 400 yards away from a Title I school. Please pause, and feel free to call me. Coffee.
I'd love it. Thank you.
And then Joshua Thomas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Zilan Chen. It makes sense to put me ahead of Pete so that we can address this a little lower. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in the Larchmont Park area for the last 10 years. And prior to retirement, I was an auditor for almost 30 years. By the way, this is my first time speaking public comment in a public setting. The reason for that is, having grown up in a country where people have no say in their living environment, I hesitate to speak up at first. However, the member of American River Tree, the people in this room, and the people and the 3,400 people who signed the petition to demand a better Contract 3B inspire me to speak up. So here I am. As a non-federal project co-sponsor and as the CEQA lead review agency, you have two responsibilities to comply with CEQA, two chances to do the right thing. There are many CEQA deficiencies in the final SEIR. It's impossible to describe them in 3 minutes. As the lead CEQA review agency, as the voting member, you have discovered the deficiency during your review. The final SEIR is not compliant with CEQA. The project description is inadequate. The map are of a scale that is not accurately determined what the project impacts are. The assessment of existing condition did not even mention the tree canopy being removed, the carbon sequestration, and the air cleaning property being lost. There's no mention of mitigation for this impact, and mitigation is needed. And the mitigation plan you have seeks to destroy a natural habitat for deep diving birds to create a habitat for salmon. You need a mitigation plan for your mitigation plan. And the mitigation measure leave too much to be determined and give much decision-making to contractors. The cumulative impact on the parkway from contract 1, 2, and now 3B, not discussed. As those who have mentioned earlier, the court did not know the correct definition of a heritage oak tree. The court insists publicly on May 23rd that only 3 heritage oak trees would be removed. They did not use the 60-inch circumference as defined by the Sacramento County Code. These factors are inexcusable. They suggest incompetence, they border on negligence, they violate CEQA, and how can you vote today to say this document is compliant with CEQA? Thank you.
After Mr. Heritage, Joshua Thompson and Brenda Guston.
That's my wife, and I'm very proud of her.
I think we figured that out.
Good afternoon, board members, President Dolan. We're here to discuss this project under CEQA today, to discuss its environmental impact and mitigation. So I really want you to put your CEQA review hats on, and at a minimum, consider pausing 3B, 4B, and the American River mitigation site. President Dolan, you're also the executive director of the Sacramento River Conservation Area Forum, and you work to support habitat conservation, safety, and recreational opportunities, or you used to. You know the value of heritage oaks. What would Bidwell Park look like if you took 1/3 of those heritage oaks out of your park? Vice President Valines, you won the 2010 John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award, the nation's most prestigious honor for an elected public servant back in 2010, for helping to close the state budget deficit. Please demonstrate your courage once again. Tell the Corps to work with the community. Secretary Johnson, I believe you're also the California director at Trout Unlimited, the nation's largest cold water conservation organization. You advise clients on CEQA. You understand the impact of tree removal on water temperature and juvenile salmon. Stand up to the core. Use our design alternatives and leave more mature trees along the river's edge to maintain cooler temperatures. Board Member Andrews, you're a member of the Salmonid Restoration Federation and represent environmental interests on the board. Please take note of all the CEQA deficiencies that we've mentioned today. Pause and tell the Corps to use design alternatives that enhance rather than destroy the environment. Board Member Bosler, you represent economic interests on the board. The bioengineering approaches, some of which have been described and that we've shared with the board, we've shared with staff, we've shared with the Corps, we've shared with DWR, are less costly. Please stand up to the Corps. Have them save money by using our alternative designs, reduce the costs of the construction and the mitigation sites, and leave more money for other projects. Board Member Griego, thank you for joining us from Italy. That's dedication. You've always been involved in the community, raising money and awareness for worthy causes for children, seniors, and veterans. Contract 3B steals the wild and scenic American River, not only from today's children, but from future generations. On behalf of those children and the countless seniors and veterans that find comfort, peace, and inspiration in the Parkway, stand up to the Corps and have them do better. And Board Member Countryman, I saved the best for last. You're the longest tenured board member. You joined the board after a career with the Corps. You represent engineering interests and common sense. You're one of the Corps' toughest critics. You demand excellence. Please send the message that Contract 3B, 4B, and ARMS are not good enough. Remove these items for Resolution 2502. Make the Corps do better. The Parkway is our greatest asset. We've noted many CEQA deficiencies today. Please think about removing those 3 projects from the resolution. Examine the SEIR more closely. Vote, if you have to, vote no, or even abstain from voting. The river's our greatest, the Parkway's our greatest asset. We can do better. Thank you.
After you will be Brenda Guston and then Candace Hines.
Hello. Hi. Hi, my name is Josh Thomas. I'm speaking out in favor of postponing some of the components of this project, particularly Contract 3B and 4B, certification for those till later. When I heard about this project from my friend Dr. Bill Avery almost 2 years ago, I didn't want to believe that it was going to be super destructive. So, being a historian, I looked through lots of documents, the reports going before 2016, PRAs, FOIAs, thousands of pages, correspondences, and it's been a continual. One of the issues I've had, I guess, with this project in terms of the information that has been shared is that the Corps knows to say the right things and to present information that seems like they're doing everything to minimize impacts. But when you dig a little deeper, things are not as solid as they would claim. Brooke Bratton brought up one example where they said, we're only cutting down 3 heritage oaks. And I thought, wow, that's not perfect, but it's probably as good as we could have hoped for. And then it turns out they were using the wrong definition of heritage oaks, one that actually excludes 95% of the trees which would count. Another example, at the April 8th community conversation with Ami Berra, they used ART's language of surgical methods. They said, as an example, at Subreach 3 segment 5, where they're laying a trench, they were like, we're putting a trench under the paved road. Maybe a few trees get removed, maybe a few get trimmed, but it's a surgical approach we're taking here with minimal environmental impacts. Turns out that might be the most impacted segment of all the projects because almost all of the big trees in that segment are along the road. And the trench goes and removes the berm, And so actually 11 heritage oaks are marked as unprotected in that segment, more than any other segment. And again, looking through, they've said this is the bare minimum, after all the discussions and things that we've had. Again, I've looked through discussions that the track has had, and many members of the track said that the people in Minneapolis designing this project, they don't understand erosion-resistant material. They think they're being way too conservative in their scour estimates, using way more rock than they probably need to be extra safe. So, I want to feel good about it, but I don't feel like the information that's provided has been sound and credible. Thank you.
Brenda Guston? Oh, I didn't see you right away. Then Candace Hines, then Jessica Wiseman, then Karen. Starts with a Z. Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Many questions raised during the 75-day public comment period, virtual public meetings, and bank protection working group meetings, all of which I attended, have not been answered. None of these forums allowed true discourse. The Army Corps initially pledged to communicate, yet we've received a one-way stream of presentations. Zoom meetings prevented full visibility of attendees, despite requests by seasoned participants to return to in-person formats for better dialogue because COVID was done. The public chat function was disabled, limiting interaction to presenters only. We were informed this board would hold a hearing to allow discourse among all stakeholders before any final vote. The July 7th meeting with representatives from American River Trees and your staff again offered us no dialogue, only a perfunctory acknowledgement that we are aware of your concerns. The National Park Service's consistency review required by the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act was received on that day, July 7th, 2025, yet not made available by Army Corps despite our request. We were told to file a FOIA, standard yes, but obstructive when it's not included in the final EIR for our review or before this meeting today. We still don't have it. Similarly, the requested tree survey was withheld by the Army Corps and had to be obtained through a PRA from SAFECA. This is not meaningful public engagement and does not reflect the transparency, accessibility, or responsiveness needed to build public trust nor support CEQA. The project includes 45 deferred mitigation measures that are vague and lack specific planning, an apparent violation of CEQA. The words, "a buffer for protected trees," fails to define how the tree protection zone will be determined. Certified arborist best practices calculate the TPZ radius should be 1 foot for every inch of tree trunk diameter. Therefore, a heritage tree or older native tree, 19.1-inch diameter tree, requires a 38.2-foot buffer. Yet this is neither identified nor mapped for every tree. We are told that only 3 native oaks will be removed. We knew this was inaccurate and asked the board to investigate it further. It is troubling that project partners do not distinguish between girth and diameter, a basic error in measurement with major implications. The difference between 3 and 37 oaks being removed alters dramatically the environmental impact and required mitigation. This alone warrants our stated request to pause contracts 3B, 4B, and ARMS. One 300-year-old tree we call Odin and the surrounding forest at Site 4-1 are slated for removal to be replaced with dirt, not native nutrient-rich soil that is there. This riparian area slows river velocity naturally and withstood historic floods, including 1986 and all since. I was there. It functions as a natural planting bench, providing critical protection and habitat. A new tree canopy will take about 20 years to establish itself. We also consulted with civil engineers, biologists, and certified arborists, and have found viable, cost-effective alternatives to current plans. Yet baseline biological data specific for this area, nor any analysis explaining the rejection of alternative bank protection methods as required in CEQA is absent. Approving contracts 3B, 4B, and ARMS will irreversibly alter the ecology
Ms.
of
Nystuen,
our wild and
you're going to wrap
American
up, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. This is not just a technical matter. It is the animals and our livelihood. It is a matter of ecological integrity, public trust, and intergenerational responsibility. Stewardship requires humility, listening, and course correction when we are shown a better way. Please utilize your authority to pause these contracts and conduct a transparent and inclusive process to reconsider mitigation and bank stabilization strategies.
You're done. You are. Thank you. She's lied. Candace Hines, Jessica Wiseman, Karen Z, something. Hello.
Yes, hi. My name is Candace Hines. I'm an environmental scientist. So recently I shared a special moment with the most beautiful little bobcat on the parkway. I thought to myself, where else in the country can you experience this in the middle of a city? There's too much habitat being removed in Contract 3B to sustain these beautiful creatures. The cumulative impacts of the completed downstream work further exacerbate the issue. The Corps' cumulative impact analysis only addressed a small pool of protected wildlife species and neglected thousands of species, including bobcats, that rely on the current thriving state of the parkway's habitat. After completion of the Sac State erosion work, there was an increase in large cat and coyote sightings in neighborhoods and a spike in domestic cat kills. Large animals impacted by habitat loss will naturally be driven into residential areas in search of food resources otherwise depleted. These are the consequences of our actions in motion, the direct results of these projects' immediate impacts on delicate ecosystems. Contract 3B now threatens to pressure our animal populations even more. Less destructive approaches that preserve more habitat must be prioritized. The final report also lacked site-specific vegetation and wildlife assessments as required by CEQA. A CEQA specialist found that, quote, outdated generalized information was erroneously used to describe CEQA baseline existing biological conditions, and that failure to provide these site-specific descriptions is a CEQA fatal flaw. How can project managers and decision makers effectively understand the extent of the project's environmental impacts without site-specific baseline studies? How can equivalent mitigation measures be determined when there is so little understanding of what currently exists? The report is not CEQA compliant and does not protect or sufficiently mitigate for our wildlife and the impacts that the project promises to deliver. There is no rush for this work. It's important to note that there were no breaches or disasters in the Contract 3B area during the 1986 flood that the Corps flaunts regularly to invoke fear. The mature forest has protected citizens here for as long as we know. And since 1986, our levees have been upgraded with seepage walls, now called Cadillac levees, due to their top-tier robustness. They were built to stand water rushing against them around the clock for 365 days a year. Since 1986, advancements in water management policies and weather forecasting have revolutionized watershed and flood management. This project would not and is not intended to protect against catastrophic floods catalyzed by climate change. Contract 3B and 4B could be pulled from the certification without consequence. There is no emergency. Getting the job done right should absolutely take priority over the Corps' construction schedule. Your board could set a historical precedence with an important message that echoes through generations. You could say, we're asking the Corps to step up their game and step into the modern age of eco-consciousness, where we work with nature rather than against it.
Ms. Hines, you're going to wrap
one more
up, right?
sentence. Because conquering begets more conquering, and that is no longer acceptable. Please make this bold move for the animals, for the trees, for the people who need the animals and the trees. Thank you.
Jessica Wiseman.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jessica Wiseman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a community member who is 100% pro-flood protection and erosion control, I just wanted to extend my gratitude to the scientists and environmentalists, engineers, and activists that are urging a different, more sound approach, opposing Contract 3B and 4B as they stand today. As a mother, educator, and community member, I felt an absolute responsibility to exercise my civic duty and speak to you today. My family moved to Larchmont Riviera 5 years ago, the proximity to the American River Parkway being a main selling point. My house is located behind the Manlove pumping station between Watt and Sarah Park. Rylan, my 7-year-old son, and I take bike rides and jogs and nature walks almost daily along the parkway. He named the area past Mayhew Pumping Station, his words, Ninja Otter Point, where we frequently see the family of otters who live there. We find our fun, freedom, and community connection along these shorelines and pathways. The detrimental and irreversible negative impact of Contract 3B and 4B is avoidable. Updated flood protection and erosion control can happen without environmental annihilation. I am asking for honest, relevant, and timely data to support decisions that target specific areas of need, as opposed to a blanket approach of unnecessary massive destruction. Additionally, I'm highlighting my alarming concern regarding the staging ground for this project. The staging areas are both adjacent to a school site and pumping stations with houses, including my own, backed up directly to the area. The noise, ground, water, and air pollution present a physical and mental health crises for all residents, especially for children like my son Rylan, and for all residents, especially, again, for children and other vulnerable members of our neighborhood. Rylan's not here today, but wanted me to share his feelings regarding the issue. In Rylan's words, it breaks my heart into 4 pieces. The river is my family. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your time today. My name is Karen Zamd, and I live about 3 blocks from the American River, and I oppose this project as currently planned. The concerns that have been raised many times, both today and in years past, about the insufficient sampling done in the area and the inaccurate data that has been presented hasn't been adequately addressed by the Army Corps of Engineers. Alternative, more surgical and nature-friendly approaches have not gotten adequate and thoughtful consideration, contrary to CEQA requirements. Public concerns about the permanent negative impact to riverbanks and to our access to the trails and beaches have not been adequately addressed, and I haven't seen anything that shows where those would be available after the project is completed. And honestly, the Army Corps of Engineers hasn't proven that the post-construction vegetative growth that they promise will take hold will actually take hold. The work that was done by River Park is still completely bare and barren and devoid of any shade, and doesn't resemble at all the photos, the progress photos that they show after this number of years to what actually is there today. I'm asking that you hold the Army Corps of Engineers accountable to a higher standard. I'm asking that you request proper CEQA due diligence, full and documented consideration of any viable alternative, additional sampling and modeling, and proof that post-construction vegetative growth will take before destroying a centuries-old unique feature of our amazing city. Thank you.
That was all of the speaker cards. That was the end there. So thank you all. Yes, I will. Next, I want to ask, is there someone in the audience who did not do a speaker card but has 3 minutes? You got to come forward. Is there more than one? And you will give us your name.
Hi, my name is Elise Moffitt.
Could you say that again, please?
Elise Moffitt.
Thank you.
And I oppose Contract 3B.
I grew up and currently live in River Park on Tykert Avenue, right along the levee. I also just recently graduated from Rio Americano High School, where I've spent many cross-country practices and bike rides from school along the American River. Because of this, I know very well what it is like to grow up with the American River Parkway and how special it is. In fact, one of the images in the project overview presentation was of a little swimming spot where me and my friends like to hang out, swim, and enjoy nature. We call it Leaning Tree Lagoon. It breaks my heart to think that this special place could be lost. I also heard the Sacramento County Supervisor mention how he and his brother spent their childhood in the parkway and how he loves it, which is why I think it is very selfish to support a project that will take away the parkway from me and future generations. Future children deserve the privilege to experience the nature and wildlife of the parkway just like we did. We can think of better alternatives that will protect our city from flooding without destroying the trees and the parkway. Thank you.
Are you coming forward? Okay. If there's someone else, could you move closer? Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Barbara Beck. And
Please say that again, ma'am.
Barbara Beck.
Thank you.
And I've been a resident of Sacramento County for 35 years. And I've always loved the river since the moment I moved here. It's just beautiful. But I want to ask about your fiduciary responsibility to spend our tax dollars wisely. And I was wondering why it would make any sense to spend the amount of dollars and destructive for a 15% increase in flood protection that doesn't even meet the requirement that we have for a 200-year floodplain protection. So I just don't understand how you could do so much destruction, spend so much money, cost our area economically, because this is going to destroy a lot of economic engine in the area for such a small increase. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do we have a hand up? Okay. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I didn't plan on speaking, but my name is Marguerite Treat, and my perspective is a little different. I grew up in Sacramento, a class of 1972 from Rio Americano. Took 2 years of biology with Mrs. Leach, and going over the levee to get field samples was part of my fondest high school memories. After college, I moved to San Francisco, have spent 40 years in Sonoma County, and moved back last year because I found love late and married someone who lived in Sacramento. I didn't think I'd ever be back. It's too hot. But the city of trees, that's sort of ironic. I want to put a question mark after it now. I was shocked when I heard about what was going to happen. So I don't see what the rush is. It should not be happening. There are better ways. We've heard a lot of them. I appreciate your patience and letting us speak. But if all the decisions were being formulated during COVID, that should cancel a decision right away anyway. We need more time. So, I also remember when they built the bike trail. That didn't exist. I could ride my bike to Discovery Park. It was amazing. So please preserve it. Thank you.
Since I don't know who you are or if you're coming forward, if there's anyone else, could you kind of line up? Anyone else? No, you won't. No, seriously, if there's anyone else, then line up behind her, because then I'm going to go to online. Okay. Good afternoon.
Pam Montgomery.
So I heard that the Nimbus fish hatchery
second time?
is not going to be spawning. I'm not sure exactly when that stops, whether it's this year, next year, but the salmon are in trouble. So that is another strike against the salmon. They do not like the bright sun. They don't want the heat on those riverbanks. More microplastics in the water. That's a bad idea. So the riprap, how long is that gonna really hold up? In the sand, there's all kinds of examples of where the water has eroded around that stuff. You know, the Army Corps of Engineers are gonna come in, lay it down, they're gonna leave. We're all gonna be out at the river picking the plastic out. And the glyphosate, you can't get that out of the water. It's in all of our cells. It's bad business. That is bad policy. Please reconsider this. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes those who are in the audience. We'll give a speaker card or in the audience. Someone came twice. Do we have some hands up online? Mia Winkler.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please say your name though.
Okay. My name is Mia Winkler, and I'm a student at Sac State. The pros of this project do not outweigh the cons. In a crucial time like this, where our natural environments are at a higher risk than ever before, we cannot risk causing any more environmental damage. We should be focusing on restoration of the American River rather than tearing everything just to rebuild everything back up. Excuse me, sorry. Also, I believe this project will have the opposite effect than is intended. As it is a known fact, backed by sound science, that removal of vegetation along a body of water drastically increases erosion levels and the likeliness of a flooding event. The effects will not be short-term, and I believe that this would be irreversible. Thank you.
You say the name.
Daphne Dixon.
Are there others?
Hi, my name is Daphne Dixon. I grew up a few blocks from the Kadima Access. You have heard more than enough today to either reject this project or to, at the minimum, pause it. So I'm not going to go on and reiterate all the amazing comments from the terrific people that have been there today. But I do want to urge you to vote with your conscience, to do the right thing, to have some courage, to stand up to the core, and to either pause and get more information or to reject the project entirely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to have the board clerk say it instead of saying it to me to say it. So go ahead.
M.B. Schweier.
Hi, Mary Beth Schwer. And I was in urgent care.
Excuse me, please say your name again a little bit slower.
Mary Beth Schwer.
Thank you.
I was in urgent care yesterday, or I would have come in person. I submitted a letter this morning. I am a four-decade resident, so I'm hoping you could start the clock with that. That was just my introduction, thanks. 1986. What isn't often said is that the American River system was actually handling okay a record-breaking storm, even before slurry walls and the auxiliary spillway. But then the leftover cofferdam at the Auburn Dam site broke and sent through a pulse of water. Still, all of the levees in 3B held strong. The photos downstream, where there was some washing away, you can see sand under the bike trail was undercut. That whole area is a sandy alluvial meander zone. There was not a dense forest of trees and root network down there. Why? Because dense riparian forests with centuries-old trees do not grow on shifting sands. These dense, strong forests do grow in 3B. 3B is not shifting sands. Last month, your board heard a dramatic old story where a levee in the Delta had an issue. Why? Because humans had built that Delta levee on a sand lens. Again, not like 3B with its natural forests and a small added levee on top. Recent flood tragedies and Katrina are on our minds, but let's remember what differs about 3B. New Orleans did not have slurry cutoff walls. In recent floods, the deluge of rain either filled low-lying areas or overtopped banks. Contract 3B does not deal with rain directly filling low-lying areas or overtopping. In fact, the bare banks in 3B could make overtopping more prone to becoming violent and catastrophic. 3B does not address stormwater filling low-lying areas. In fact, there's a known vulnerability of storm runoff backing up near Folsom Boulevard and Mayhew. Wouldn't it be a far better use of public money to improve the ability to get deep storm runoff safely and quickly out of the system? No one likes lumpy gravy or lumping things together that don't make sense, like lumping different projects and giving the impression they all have all the listed problems. But 3B already has a perfect score for seepage, thanks to modern slurry cutoff walls. But could the intense project vibrations and hundreds of daily trucks and tons driving on the levees for 2 years create compression and hidden fractures in those vital cutoff walls that could actually leave us less safe? 3B would destroy miles of time-tested river in a pristine corridor, and that even trees labeled for trimming, for protection are sometimes called trimming, and that could damage their roots, or the contractors could remove them under 5% discretion. Girth and diameter confusion does not inspire confidence, and 3B just simply is not, it doesn't make engineering sense, it doesn't make environmental sense, it doesn't comply with CEQA, and it doesn't make dollars and cents. How many more billions of taxpayer dollars before we'll stop the mantra of the highest area of flood risk? The website of the contractor for 43 miles of levee work in the low-lying Natomas area says it's that area most at risk. That contractor also did the work at downstream site 2-1, and that work is done now. That company specializes in projects involving landscape-level alterations and huge equipment. We're asking for a blended solution on this wild and scenic river with small equipment, preserving beneficial forest and spot fixes. How appropriate is it that contractors are allowed to profit from selling the old-growth trees they cut down for tens of thousands of dollars when these are resources in the public trust? You heard moving stories from people who find respite here. I need to tell a story about a brave ICU nurse who told me that during the worst of COVID, she treated the sick and held hands of dying patients. And she would go to this stretch of river every day for sustenance to go on another day in that heart-wrenching service.
Mary Beth, I need you to wrap up.
Okay, last thought. I just want you to know that the opposition and controversy to the Auburn Dam led to a symposium of academics and professionals and community. And out of that came brilliant creative ideas that became forecast-informed reservoir operation. I ask each of you, esteemed board members, please don't be party to a legacy of tragic parkway decimation and broken promises when there are better alternatives. Let's pause 3B and 4B. Use this as an amazing opportunity for better solutions to be born. It's not too late. The surgery hasn't been booked. Let's get that second opinion, because once your vote allows the 300-year-old trees to be cut and all that riprap rock goes in, there's no going back ever. Thank you.
That's your wrap up.
William Avery.
Oh, wondered where you were. Bill Avery, are you on?
Hello, my name is William Avery. I'm a
William
retired
Avery,
professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm a retired professor of biology at CSUS. I've taught thousands of students, including dozens of graduate students. They all happily learn course content, techniques of scientific study design, and elements of critical thinking, especially as applied to scientific studies. But what they probably remember most are the field trips. We used to be able to use Contract 2 area near CSUS for disturbance ecology studies. There were plenty of deep forested areas of low disturbance to choose from. I remember one morning heading out with a couple dozen students over the river across the Guy West Bridge, carrying clipboards, tape reels, and quadrats. The students were delighted when a mule deer buck jumped up out of the shrubs below the bridge and dashed to a deeper part of the forest with more cover. They became good at spotting lizards sunning themselves on down logs. As they tried to spot the abundant songbirds and woodpeckers, they speculated about the mistletoe growing high on the tops of the giant Fremont cottonwoods. When we got to the depth of the dark forested spot under a giant heritage live oak, chosen by the students as representing undisturbed habitat, they got busy looking for life in the quadrats. that they had randomly placed along the tapes. They looked above them, appreciating the 100% dense canopy cover, and then they saw a great horned owl looking down at them. They were awestruck. The students talked about this for the rest of the semester. Now most of the trees are gone at that point, at that area. No shrubs, no logs, no rich native soil. There are a few isolated trees and fragmented canopy. Very little evidence of wildlife. Mostly a graded wasteland of riprap, compacted fill soil from somewhere else, and choked stone with strange dead orchard trees chained to rocks at the water's edge. Heavily irrigated by temporary sprinklers, a few planted willows and coyote bush and volunteer weeds are struggling, but there's limited chance for students to actually experience the wonder anymore. Most of the area now represents the highest possible ecological disturbance level, at least for the next 50 years or so. You have been reminded of the inaccuracies upon which Contract C3B and other portions of the SEIS are based. You have been reminded of the CEQA deficiencies, where the SEIS clearly meets neither the letter nor the intent of the law. Don't let the sales pitch, the 500,000 heads on pillows, or the argument that Congress gave us the money and therefore the mandate, dissuade you from your responsibility to ask for fully accurate and scientific information and a reasonable array of engineering alternatives, including localized repairs and the promised bioengineering alternatives. Please vote pause on C3B, C4B, and any associated offsite mitigation plans and send them back to the drawing board. We all deserve flood protection and erosion protection that is justified by science, and the American River and its many wild inhabitants deserve a project that protects as much of the precious riparian habitat as possible. Those 500,000 heads on pillows, they deserve to wake up to a world in which they can feel safe taking their kids to the American River to play safely at the edge of the water.
Mr. Avery?
Just about done. To experience the wonder of nature and wildlife.
Mr. Avery?
I am almost done. I've got one sentence, two sentences.
I also, yeah, and I have your email, and I've read it.
To know, there's more in the email too, by the way.
I can tell.
To know that they live in a world where public officials listen to them, engage in true dialogue, listen to common sense, and pay attention to the science before making decisions. They deserve to be able to expect the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to enthusiastically meet the complexity of saving riparian habitat with well thought out and truly well-designed solutions. Thank you.
Skylar Hogan.
Mr. Knapp, how many are with their hands up?
One more after Skylar.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, could you say your name again, please?
Yes, so my name is Skylar Hogan Van Sickle. I live on the stretch of the American River Parkway, south of the river between Howe Avenue and Watt Avenue. I'm in my living room and I'm looking out here at the trees. Probably some of the heritage oaks that may have been misclassified. And I've only recently heard about these projects, but I'm horrified. I think that this is a complete travesty, with probably not as much sort of oversight as it seems like I would like to hear. And I just, it's kind of mind-boggling to me that what I'm staring at right now could completely disappear. Also to speak to my experience with the wildlife, being able to see a bobcat, the hares, the coyote, and the numerous other animal species that just live basically in my backyard, would be just an absolute shame. It really feels like there is some kind of false sense of urgency on this project. And I would really ask, and thank you so much to all the board members for your consideration. I know that this isn't easy, but please, reconsider, postpone this decision, and or if you have to vote, please vote no, because I feel like there's just got to be a better way. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Kim McKean.
Hi, this is Kim McKean. And I just wanted to say, because my parents, I'm living in the house that my parents bought in January of 1968. I was 19 at the time. I left for a couple of years and then came back and finished college at Sac State and rode my bike along the river every day to go to Sac State. I've taken many different dogs down to the river. There was a wonderful hole down there and those days it felt like just my private hole just for me and the dogs. I have been in and out of Sacramento since then, and I ended up in at different periods of time. I was here a year when when my parents had troubles, or for a year or 2 years. So I've known this area of Sacramento for a long time. I live on Tuolumne, just below La Riviera Drive, and seen many things along the river, and always have checked after storms to see, or during storms too, to see how high the river has gone, and after what happened or whatever. I just wanted to say that the only erosions that I really see are where man has tried to do and introduce something new and tried to do something. There's a section by Sarah Park that there was something done just a few years ago, and what's come up from that is not what the original terrain was, and it's not as good. In fact, one big tree fell since then because of that, and over by where the bridge is, and anywhere where man has actually done something, that's where the erosion is. I don't really see the erosion at the other places. I've combed up and down this area for a long time, and it's keeps you feeling like, yeah, you may be in the middle of all of this, how we are expanding and becoming a jungle, but you can be at the river and feel like you are actually out in the country, and it does give solace to so many people and help their mental attitude. And there's just so many good things that the river does, and being out in nature. And I am also wanting to to protect all the habitat that it is out there. And I just wanted to say, I hope that you don't let this project go ahead as planned. Thank you.
Mr. Knapp tells me that people are popping up, so I'm going to say this is the last call for online. We were counting that and wanting you, but I'm not going to stay and wait for them to pop up. So we have one more. Is that correct?
Jim Morgan.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. So my name is Jim Morgan, and I've been on the Bank Protection Working Group since it was reformed back in 2015. There have been a number of comments today about what level of flood protection would be achieved by adding this project in. And my understanding is that that was based on a table, which is an attachment to an appendix of the GRR in 2016. Now in 2017, which is to say a year later, the accessory spillway to Folsom Dam was completed. And a couple of years after that, the accessory spillway was added to the operations manual for Folsom Dam. So it seems to me that that table, which was in the 2016 GRR, is no longer relevant. And I would like to pose a question to the Corps. Maybe we could get them to come up and comment on this. Where exactly are we today on the Lower American River in terms of flood protection? And what increment would this project, if it was to be completed, have on our level of flood protection? So if you could ask them to come up and give a comment on that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay. I made a note of that. All right. No more hands up? No more hands up. Okay, we have had, oops. Oh, he just wanted to tell me to turn my mic on. Let's get another instruction. All right. We've had the presentation. We've had some elected officials. We've had comments. For people who are here, thank you very much. Audience who came forward and online who came forward. So I'm going to close the public comment for this, and we're going to take 5 minutes recess. Board will reconvene. Okay. All right, this is the time for board consideration, board questions, board comments, and then any feedback. So we have our folks who they may ask questions of. What I'm going to do is ask board members, starting to my right, for questions, and then to the left, and then we'll see how this goes and whether we do more of that. So we have listened, we have read, we have considered, we have learned, we have analyzed. So I'm going to start with Board Member Andrews. Do you have input, comments, questions? You have the
Thank you,
floor.
President Dolan.
And you can take as long as you wish.
Okay, I don't think it'll be terribly long, but I wanted to ask the question because it is one that was brought into sharp highlight certainly today, and that is why the document uses a definition of heritage oaks that is inconsistent with the Sacramento County Code, or how it was selected, both of those questions.
Okay, we would have, I think you, Mr. Kuroda, would be, I'm sorry.
Jamie
Mr.
Silva.
Silva, you're going to be the one who
That's
handles
correct.
who comes up.
Jamie Silva, board staff. Yeah, I'd like to invite our federal partners from Army Corps of Engineers to address that question.
Good afternoon, Hans Kroda with the Corps. There's varying definitions for what what counts as a heritage oak. The city has 24-inch, the county has 19.1-inch. Our definition was the 60-inch diameter breast height, as was stated earlier. Ultimately, the number of trees we're impacting isn't changing, it's just how we define those trees. And the important thing is the mitigation requirements is based on canopy impacts, and so ultimately that's not affected by the diameter of the tree trunk, and we're meeting our requirements to mitigate at a 2-to-1 ratio for canopy impacts.
So essentially, it was a decision made by the Corps, and you reached a different decision than other entities might use in defining a heritage
Yeah,
oak.
sorry, to answer your question, that's correct.
Yes, okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's all for now.
I'm going to go this way, but since we're talking about trees, and I didn't want to wait, is there going to be arborists that are on-site or available during construction?
Jamie Silva, board staff again. Yes, as part of our mitigation measures within the MMRP, and arborists or biologists will be on site for those pre-construction trainings and
Okay,
surveys.
I remember reading that more than once. I read this. Okay. Member Andrews, was that was your question? Do you have any more?
No more, thank you.
Okay. Member Bosler?
I think it would be helpful for someone, and I defer to our staff who to direct this question to, but I think it's important for this project to be understood in the context of all the projects and what we're trying to achieve here in Sacramento in terms of flood protection for the city. And so I was just wondering if someone could address that.
Jamie Silva, board staff. I'd like to invite the Corps.
Good afternoon again, Hans Kroda with the Corps. Yeah, so there's a state requirement to achieve a 200-year level of protection Currently, under current levee conditions, we're able to achieve near the 200-year level of flood protection because we can pass the 115,000 CFS objective release from Folsom Dam through the levee system. However, the objective is to be able to safely convey the 160,000 CFS flood event from release from Folsom Dam, and that corresponds to roughly 1 in 325-year annual probability of exceedance in a given year.
Go ahead and repeat just the last one.
Yeah, so the objective of safely conveying 160,000 CFS flood event, that 160,000 CFS flow corresponds with a probability of occurring in any given year is about 1 in 325 probability. So in any given calendar year, there's a 1 in 325% chance that the 160,000 CFS flood event would occur, released from Folsom Dam.
And all of these probabilities are currently really being evaluated by many scientists. I know Department of Water Resources spending significant resources, and I'm sure the Army Corps is as well. I'm not as familiar with that. Updating those for the probabilities of the changing weather patterns that we're seeing with climate change, especially as we have warmer storms that are bringing a lot more precipitation in a short period of time. And so those current probabilities do not reflect a lot of that knowledge, correct?
That's correct. Yep, those probabilities are based on our current understanding, but as you said,
right.
With new data comes, those numbers change.
Yeah, it could get a lot worse.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Member Countryman, this is something that you have some experience in. Yes, Mr. Countryman.
Okay. Our climate change analysis we're doing with the State Plan of Flood Control shows about a 10% increase in flows on the American River due to climate change. That's using the climate models and everything. I think part of the problem, we had one testifier mention that it only had a 66% chance of not failing, right? Yeah.
It was a 60, but yeah, you
60.
gave it a little more. 60% chance.
Right, that's a risk analysis. It's not, the project as it is can pass a 200-year flood with climate change included. In a single year, it can do that. But there's still a residual risk that's greater than that. Every year there's a 0.005 chance of failure or of the flood occurring that we can control. But there's still this little remnant past that is greater than what the design is. And if you accumulate that over 200 years, you get a number like 60%. So the project will pass and is designed to pass a 200-year event. But when you look at it from a risk analysis, you haven't eliminated all the risk by doing that. There's still that residual out there. I hope that helps.
Member Bosler, do you have more? Secretary Johnson.
I do, but I thought maybe we had additional comments for staff.
Andrea Buckley, Deputy Executive Officer. I would like to ask Todd Bernardi of DWR Flood Projects Office to come and add some additional context to that question.
Okay.
Hi, Todd Bernardi, Department of Water Resources, President Dolan, members of the board. Thank you. So the question of the context, I think it's important to understand The way that the Corps goes through its formulation process for these, they do look at the system as a whole. So the Folsom Dam is looked at, what its releases are going to be, what the conveyance can be, what the rest of the tributaries that are leading into the American River and the Sacramento River, and ultimately out to the Sacramento bypass and the Yola bypass. So it has to look at it from a system perspective. In the formulation of this project, a specific level of protection is not really what the Corps does. They look at the holistic and they look to see in risk and probabilities. And I think it's really important to understand that the non-federal sponsors, as the Corps is going through that process, continually work with them to assess whether the improvements that are being proposed do in fact meet the performance requirements at the state and local level. To that end, I want to make sure that everybody here understands the way that the state helps to determine that is we have the ULDC, the Urban Levee Design Criteria. But the state does not certify these levees to a level of protection. The Corps does not certify these levees to a level of protection. That is actually a local responsibility. In this case, it's SAFCA that takes on that role. So they have to have the engineers, they look at the H&H, they look at the ULDC criteria, and they certify whether this can actually meet that 200-year level of protection. They are currently, right now, we've had many, many discussions with them. They are assembling the certs right now to be able to pass 200 level protection with using the current release criteria. That's 115,000 CFS that comes out of Folsom. Now that just barely meets the criteria, and it doesn't address dam safety. For dam safety reasons, it has to be able to pass the 160, and that 160 in fact gets us to much more than 200 level protection at the conclusion of this project. I hope that helps.
Yes, Board Member Vines has one. It's probably going to go to one of them, back to him, but go ahead.
I was going to go to you. Okay, can we do that?
Go direct.
The dam safety, I'm assuming that means it's got to release that much to maintain the dam that's protecting everything. Is that what you meant on that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, to prevent failure of Folsom Dam, yes.
Please share with us what he said to you.
Sure. Well, why don't you come up? He's qualifying what the 160,000 CFS means.
Yeah, and just, so, yeah, Brian Wardman with Northwest Hydraulic Consultants. I'm consultant to Army Corps and the SAFCA and DWR in this project.
It'd be good if you would slow that down.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Brian Wardman with Northwest Hydraulic Consultants and another hydraulic engineer working on this project. And so, yes, under existing conditions and existing dam operations, we're passing the 1 to 200 at about 115,000. Narrowly, the 160,000 needs to be in place to prevent dam overtopping upstream so we can more proactively release those flows. Also, this entire project goes together so we can more proactively, maybe perhaps more frequently, go to 160 if needed in the future in big events to be able to pass this flow. And so we have downstream improvements that allow us to pass this flow. But the key part I was trying to yell to Todd here is we are barely meeting the 1 to 200 minimum requirements right now. With climate change, we expect that 1 to 200 year rainstorm event is going to increase. And to be able to pass that, we're going to need to be able to operate this dam to release higher flows up to 160,000. And so the objective, so again, I think one of the things that's been out there is the objective of the 1 to 200. Are you meeting it? Will you continue to meet it? And 160 is a very important release for us to be able to meet that requirement into the future. So.
Member Bowser says that works. Mr. Countryman, did you have anything else on that?
No, I think he covered it pretty well. The dam failure thing's pretty important because if the dam fails, Sacramento's wiped out. So that's an important factor.
This is board discussion. We truly have heard from all of you. So just hang on. This is the board discussion. Board member, sorry.
Johnson.
Yeah, I know I was going to say Brian, but I'd like to say Johnson. Secretary Johnson, you're up.
I
think a little more formality
I'm
is
getting a
all
little
right.
punchy. I'm getting a little
Important.
punchy. I do have a question. It's a bit of a change of subject. We had a number of folks who asked for a delay to go back or a pause to go back and look at other designs or alternatives. And for me, that would be an assessment of the likely improvements or gains or changes, from doing that, weighed against the consequences of taking the time to do that. And so I wonder, I'll ask Andrea, and you can assign it, or have the best person. If there's somebody who can say something about the implications, cost, risk, otherwise, of putting off the project long enough to do that.
Thank you, Secretary Johnson. Andrea Buckley again. I will ask Mr. Hans Kuroda to please approach to address the consequences of project delay.
Hello again, Hans Kuroda with the Corps. So the implications of delaying a vote here is it will be a direct impact to our construction schedule. We will be slipping from 2026 construction to 2027 construction at a minimum. And that has implications, cost escalation, as each year that goes by, inflation increases costs.
Okay, we'll go to Member Valines. Is that all right, Mr. Johnson? Okay. Vice President.
This is just a kind of a follow-up to that, but and maybe it's a little unfair to throw it at you. I hope not. I think what Mr. Johnson was asking and what you're answering is, because my impression is, as I've gone through all these documents and all of them too, you have done quite a bit of that. Now, I know it's not going to satisfy everybody. You've looked back at what are alternatives, what can we do, different things. If we were to take a pause today, would there be different alternatives that you haven't reviewed already, for example, or do you feel like you've exhausted those? I hope I'm following his logic, but that was the question I had anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Valines. So this has been a pretty exhaustive and thorough process to get to the designs that we have today for Contract 3B, exhaustive collaboration with all pertinent stakeholders and agencies, and the footprint that we've developed has been the culmination of that effort, and it results in the minimum footprint that we need to meet our flood risk reduction objectives, but it also minimizes impacts to the parkway to the greatest extent possible. And so delaying that another year, the community will remain exposed to a higher flood risk than we all know is tolerable, and so delay is the last thing we should do.
That's it for me for now, anyway.
I hit the wrong time.
No more
Member
for now.
Johnson. Okay.
No more for now.
No more for now. Okay, yeah, we'll do a little round table here. Member Valines? You may talk.
Thank you. I had just a couple, actually two of the questions have been answered through the dialogue, so thank you. I guess I'll direct them to you, but I think you might be answering them, so maybe hang tight. I heard earlier today that there wouldn't be any work in the wet season, and that by doing some early work now, there's no work in the wet season. This is a concern from somebody, and that might create a dangerous situation in the winter. And so there's no reason to construct now. So I guess my question is, is this construction run through the wet season as well? Or, I'm not characterizing the question well. The question was, what's that? Okay. The question was, why would you need to start now if you're going to pause during the wet season? So just don't start now, pause, and start to do some of this other work people are talking about. And then my question was, is that right? Are we going to do a little bit of work now if this were to be approved, and then there's a pause for the wet season and nothing happens? It all just sits there till whenever we start again?
Yeah, so for contract 3B, it's 2 years of construction, and we have limited windows that we can operate, actually construct during for environmental windows, like not impacting fish during the salmon runs and whatnot. So our construction season starts July 1st and ends on October 31st. And so the contract's tailored to do half the work in each year during that window of opportunity.
Got it. And so you'd be, for example, if we went forward, you'd be back on July 1st the next time?
Correct.
Okay. The other one I had was, from reading all the documents, looking at everything, I feel like, do you guys have something else you want to add?
Yeah, no, apologies. Mr. Wardman brings up a good point, right? So the tree removal will be happening in the fall and winter time. That's because we have to avoid impacting migrating birds and whatnot. So that's where we would be doing tree removal during that period of time, but the actual bank protection construction is limited to July July through October.
Okay, when would so the tree removal would be during the wet season?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The only other question I had is I recall going back and seeing planning documents, I want to say 2015, maybe it's 2016, but there's been some, comments like, hey, COVID was when this all came out and that's not a good time to plan. I think we all went through that and get that. But I'm pretty sure that this project has been in process, paperwork moving forward, meetings occurring around 2016, 2017. And maybe I'm wrong, so just you can let me know the timing.
Yeah, so as was mentioned in previous meetings, work really started in the 2016 timeframe. Designs the evaluations of the levees started in 2018, 2019, so we could determine where the high-risk locations we need to address were. For contract 3B specifically, the design process started in about 2020. So, the design development was impacted by COVID, but that's why we had to switch to our virtual meetings. But the number of meetings wasn't impacted by, that transition to virtual. Thank you.
Just go down the line here. Mr. Countryman, do you have more? Question, comment, input, whatever you want.
We already addressed the flood frequency issue, but one of the things that came up during this was that the kind of a castigation of the Corps. And the reality is that this is a federal, state, local project. And the state has signed on to it, and the SAFCA has signed on to it as the local. And even the county supervisor from this area is supporting this. So I'm just saying, let's not beat up on the court. This is, if you don't like it, it's a joint federal, state, and local project, and all have been involved in contributing towards the design of this project. That's all I have.
I'm going to complete this cycle by going online to our board member that is participating virtually. Member Griego, do you want to offer any comments, ask any questions, give any input?
Yeah, I think probably both. My first question is, in regards to the arborist, who hires the arborist?
Jamie Silva, board staff. So the responsible party is the project partners in that mitigation measure, and it is also going to be part of the contractor bid process. So that's detailed within those processes.
So is that the Corps?
Yes, and their contractors.
Okay, and is there, the scope of their work is to determine whether trees are viable, or tell me briefly what the scope is for their position. What do they do?
I'm sorry, Board Member Grego, could you clarify?
Yeah, I mean, do they determine whether a tree goes or stays? What is their role in this process?
That's correct. So the arborists and biologists are going to be on site with the contractors to perform pre-construction training in terms of awareness and how to minimize and avoid damage to the riparian habitat.
Okay, thank you. And so, you know, I guess my comments are going to be related to my experience based on, you know, my community and what I've been through. And I come from Yuba County. We experienced not one, but 2 levee failures. I can tell you there's nothing more than a levee failure to devastate the environment of your community. And it's nothing that you can resolve in years, it's decades. And I know because I lived there and I've experienced it and I take it personal. You know, in today's staff report, we heard about the impacts economically about what it would mean to Sacramento if there was a levee failure. But it doesn't really talk about the personal impacts that it has in a community. And those are impacts that, you know, are depression, you know, divorce, suicides, mental illness, breakdowns. Those are the things that happens when a levee fails. And I think it's, at least I think it's my job and the board's job to look at public safety and how it impacts the community. I think that's really paramount here. I admire the public for coming out and being so passionate about where they live. And I've got to see that area, and I understand why. And it's a difficult decision to be on that dais right now and with this question before us. But I think that it's not an easy position that we're in. And so, you know, we look for flexibility and some creativeness when we can. And, you know, those is probably why I ask the questions I ask in regards to the arborists and their position about, you know, you have to excuse me because it's almost midnight here in Italy and I'm a little tired, but about, you know, the monitoring of this, the mitigation monitoring that I asked before, because I just want to see if, you know, I know that my board members, I think, based on some of the questions you've asked, is there any flexibility that we have if this project moves forward? And if there is, what are those flexibilities? And so I don't know if you want to take that up, Andrea or Jamie, but I just want to know the process from there on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Andrea and Jamie they were whispering, now they're going to talk.
Jamie Silva, board staff. Yeah, so as part of the construction process, you know, as part of the mitigation measure, we do have the responsible party. Army Corps and its contractors really do have oversight over how the construction process is. It is Army Corps' oversight within that process in terms of how we minimize those impacts and which trees are marked and protected.
So it's not just turned over to the Corps. This is a multi-entity, multi-government coordinated project, and the board will still have oversight. We'll still receive information, and we'll still do that. It's not static. It's not like go do whatever you want. We'll know who the arborist is. We'll know the discussions that are there.
I would like to add that the decision to remove a tree that's marked as protected is not the responsibility of the contractor. There's a process in place to make those decisions either based on safety and that is not a decision that the contractor can make independently.
That was Andrea Buckley. Did you want to follow up on that at all, Member Grego?
I appreciate the answers, and I just feel like the public feels like, from what I'm hearing tonight, and I've heard for the last 18 months that we've been reviewing this and going through this issue, is that there is going to be complete devastation. And, when I had the opportunity to go out there and take a look at the area, I can understand the beauty of that and the impacts that it's going to have by taking out a percentage of those trees. But I'll tell you, with a levee failure, you'll lose them all. And so I just feel like, if there's an adequate process that addresses how those trees are, whether they're kept or not, and it's by an independent arborist that makes those decisions, and that we as a board are kept abreast about what goes on this process, I think that, at least for me, there's some comfort in that. We've heard the public. We understand what their issues are and how passionate they are about this. And so I want to at least give that consideration and give it some, give it the opportunity to have consideration, I guess. Thank you.
I would like to ask Army Corps of Engineers to come up and add some additional context to Board Member Griego's questions. Hans Kuroda.
Hans Kuroda with the Corps. Yeah, so, right, the trees that are that need to be removed are only being removed if they are within the actual erosion protection footprint, or if they're necessary to remove to permit the construction to occur. So we have a defined number of trees that fall within those two categories. However, as Ms. Buckley mentioned, there may be occasion where the contractor runs into an issue in the field after the contract's already awarded, and they're starting to mobilize onto the site, and they're taking a look at the trees out there around the vicinity of their work that may need to be removed for safety purposes, safety reasons, so they can construct the project in a safe manner. And there's a process that the contractor, as she said, doesn't have free rein to remove any trees they want. There's a process they must request approval from the Corps, and the Corps will coordinate with county parks and others, including an arborist, to determine if it's appropriate for that tree to be removed. Thank you.
Oh, hang on.
We did this a number of times on the Sac River where we actually pushed back with the contractor and said, no, you're going to let us down.
Yeah, so that's Mr. Romine, our environmental lead.
Will you share with us what he said to you?
Please, certainly, yes. So he's pointing out, right, that just because our contractor asks for a tree to remove, it's not like a blanket, we're going to approve that, right? It's always going to be evaluated by our environmental team, and as I said, including county parks and an arborist, to determine whether or not their request is valid before we say, yes, you may go ahead, or we'll reject their offer, their request, excuse me.
Through the chair,
Member Grego.
just a couple of follow-ups. So I just want to clarify that looking at the system in a whole, that this area will have a 200-year level of protection when this project is completed. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'd stepped away. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because I guess there was some confusion as it relates to the public in their comments that they felt that there was little that was going to be done. But I understand, because I work in flood control, that you look at the system in its whole and how it operates, and that's where you get the level of protection. Thank you for that.
There were many nods saying yes, it's system.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have, you could stay there if you want.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me make a round here again. Member Andrews. Anything more?
Questions? Are you asking for more questions?
Whatever you want, because at some point today, I'm going to ask if there's a motion. So we should be comfortable with what it is we're doing.
I'm sorry.
Do
probably from my inexperience in going through votes like this. Is it?
Could be me. It's been a long day. Do you have any more questions of our staff, of the Army Corps, of DWR, anything like that for clarity?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a statement that you wish to make?
Certainly, I can do that.
Okay.
This is, I feel like my first major vote on a both controversial and very personal issue for me. And I want to start out by thanking all of the members of the public that have taken the time to speak up in this process, whether it was by email, whether it was by showing up. You have demonstrated your commitment to the river, your love of the community by showing up here and speaking out for the resources that you value, and I thank you for that. There are a few points that I want to make about the reasons for the vote that I will make on this project that I just wanted to speak to today. The first is the urgency of addressing Sacramento's extraordinary flood risk. The city of Sacramento includes about 900,000 people that are at risk of flooding from an extreme but not an improbable event. Contrary to statements by some, erosion is not always a slow process. We could be one flood away from a catastrophic inundation event. Flooding due to erosion and failure of a levee along the Lower American River will come without warning and move devastatingly rapidly. Floodwaters will be deep, as much as 20 feet in some areas. There will be little or no opportunity for evacuation warnings. The risk of loss of life to 100 or several hundred people within this community is real. The economic losses would also be enormous. This level of societal risk is untenable when a practicable means to address it is within our reach. Secondly, I wanted to speak to the scour risk, because I have heard a lot of things that indicate that not everyone understands all of the different ways that scour can interact with the levee. And the one of them is particularly pertinent when it comes to the effectiveness of vegetation stabilizing banks. Bank stabilization, relying primarily on vegetation, is a very valuable tool for stream management. But in my professional opinion, as a registered California civil engineer who has promoted the use of biotechnical bank stabilization, use of vegetation, in managing stream erosion, is that approach is not at all appropriate for this situation on the Lower American River levees. And a primary reason for that has to do with the scour mechanism that is present along the Lower American under high flows. And that is erosion of the foundation on which the levee is built. At high flows, the forces at the bottom of the river are dramatically increased. And when scour begins there, which happens at a good distance from the levee, the material on the slope above begins to cave in and scour away as well, undercutting any amount of roots and vegetation that may be present on the riverbank. This is not a hypothetical circumstance. It did occur during the 1986 flood at a flow of 134,000 CFS just upstream of the Capital City Freeway on a very well-vegetated bank with mature trees. And I'm basing that on what I have heard from people who knew the bank in advance of seeing that scour and from photographs. While I lived in Sacramento at the time of that flood, I wasn't intimately familiar with that particular section of the parkway. But it is a major reason why vegetation alone cannot address the erosion hazards along the lower American River. There are some other ways to use plant materials that would not rely on roots, things like timber crib walls. They are not small matters to install, and in fact would require a great deal more excavation than the kind of launchable rock that has been proposed as part of this project. Another reason that vegetation-based approaches are not appropriate is just the level of risk. We cannot afford to have a solution that works, most of the time, if there's a solution that works more than most of the time, virtually all of the time. Rock is not, it is not a guarantee, but it has a higher resilience rating than vegetative solutions. And in a place where hundreds of people's lives are at risk and millions of dollars of assets, billions of dollars of assets, are at stake, it's not appropriate. When we talk about this project, I think it is not well appreciated that we are basically in the final chapters of responding to the 1986 flood. This has been a period of time, in the nearly 40 years since then. We've conducted extensive studies. We decided not to construct the Auburn Dam. We've made improvements in the levees. We've modified the Folsom Dam. We have responded to erosion damages caused by the 86 and 97, as well as other floods, and developed designs to address the flood system downstream of Folsom Dam to accommodate the 160,000 CFS that we need to protect Folsom Dam from failure in the event of high flows and to help protect us from future flood events. And in fact, as Mr. Kuroda mentioned, we have been working since the GRR was released in 2016, about 9 years ago, on designing much of the project that we have on our agenda today. The erosion protection work on the Lower American is necessary to fully realize the benefits of all the work that has gone before. It is absolutely necessary. I am now going to quote the words of Ron Stork, who, when I first met him, by the way, was a horticulturalist, but since then, he's become California's preeminent expert on the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act and a highly engaged veteran of 32 out of the 40-year process involved in developing this project. And what he had to say in a letter submitted to the board was, the Corps committed to an honest and thorough evaluation with SAFCA, state and federal natural resources agencies, competent authorities, and public members of SAFCA's working groups to produce an effective project design that at the same time minimize impacts on the riparian resources along this important stretch of the American River. It has done so. And he submitted that letter on behalf of Friends of the River. And I know Ron to be a tireless advocate for our American River and rivers throughout California, and wild and scenic rivers in particular. And I don't know too many people, besides perhaps Tim Washburn, who has been around for as many years out of that 40-year process. And Ron was in the trenches on it. So his words carry weight with me. Rivers are not static, nor the forests that line their banks. We have gotten very accustomed to a static condition on the American River. And thanks to the levee system and the Folsom Dam, it's a lot more static than most rivers. Yet change is in the nature of a river. The work that is proposed here is substantial and dramatic. It is the work that is necessary when we require a river to carry tremendous flows without the benefit of floodplains to dissipate the water's energy, and that we require that to protect a highly populated area. But with time, ample time, river time, the river and its forests will recover. They will not be the same forest, it will not be the same river, but it will be a vibrant American river. While I expect it to do little to lessen the dismay, disruption, and grief of those who live near and those who use and love the parkway during the construction and slow years of vegetation growth that will follow, and I count myself among your number, consider this: the trees that are protected here will continue to grow, and the trees that will be planted as part of this project will be, at some point in the future, the overarching native canopy trees that future generations will cherish. Thank you.
Member Bosler?
Yeah, no, I want to attach, I just have learned so much through this process, and I want to start by thanking everyone that has participated in it. I truly believe robust public debate is critical to our democracy, and I just am really thankful for all of you participating. I also want to thank the public servants, which is well beyond the Army Corps, as my fellow board member said. This is a project that has had hundreds of people from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Parks. It has had countless hours of discussion, and those public servants often toil, under great scrutiny from the public, which is what we get to do as public servants, be scrutinized. But they do it with professionalism and dedication that's really unmatched. As someone who spends time weekly on the Parkway, I do live here in Sacramento. I learned how to utilize the Parkway. I didn't grow up here, but I learned from my daughter's preschool teacher, like some of the good spots to go. It's something that I care about deeply as someone who plans to live in Sacramento for the remaining years of my life, which hopefully are many. I just want to thank the public servants for their care and what you have done to balance interests. There are a lot of interests to balance on this special river that we get to live next to. We've heard a lot of concerns about process. And I do think, I think one of the speakers at the last hearing said we can do better. I believe government can do better, and I commit to do my part to make that happen. But I just want to draw attention to another report in our agenda today, the legislative report that talks about the devastating cuts to the civilian staff at the Army Corps that are happening at the federal level. 3,700 positions nationwide, and here in Sacramento, 190 positions. There are only staff people that are there to do the work, to put projects together, to put documents like the one sitting in front of Chair Dolan, to run robust public processes, to have money to send notices out, to be able to get the word out. So all of us should care about these position reductions in the federal government and what they're going to do and impact and how they're going to impact our lives. I don't want to repeat a lot of what Board Member Andrews said about this project in terms of it's been a multi-decade effort, but it's not a 30-year-old design. I think that's really important. The project was conceived many decades ago, but it's not an old design. The expertise that was brought together in the Technical Resource Advisory Committee, the Bank Protection Working Group, Lower American River Task Force, These are work groups that are best practices in this world and have resulted in a project that's been shaped by a rich multidisciplinary group of experts from many disciplines. I also want to thank the leaders from this region that had the foresight and leadership to go to Washington, D.C. and push for something different for the American River. I don't think people realize that this designs, these planting benches, these different types of designs, these are not standard operating procedure in many urban rivers around the country. But people here in Sacramento, they wanted something different for our region, for our special river. And I mean, you just have to go down the river, down the Sacramento River to see that that's not what we have here on the American. So I just think it's really important to recognize the leadership from this region that has wanted something different for our American River Parkway than is. If you go to visit cities around the country, you see the urban rivers that do not look like our American River, much more stark and much more mechanized. I really understand the concern about the trees. I feel the pain. I am someone that, one of my favorite things about living in Sacramento are the trees. I am so glad that there's such a passionate group of people looking out for our urban canopy. I understand there's going to firsthand the impacts of projects like this one, but these short-term impacts cannot overwhelm or outweigh the long-term benefits of this project for the safety of our entire region. And we are only 1 year away from the 40-year anniversary of that 1986 flood when we received 10 inches of rain over 11 days. And I want to just compare this to what happened in Texas earlier this month. They received 20 inches of rain in 4 days. Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, where hundreds of lives were lost, was a similarly extreme amount of rain over a short period of time. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to hear a presentation by a local flood manager from North Carolina, and he gave us a lot of information about what was happening there, what happened during the storm, and also about the recovery effort. And one of the things that really stuck with me is, and they are still very much 10 months later in recovery, was the striking description of the thousands of trees that were lost because of those floodwaters that were currently 10 months later piled in heaps of debris several stories high. There is just so much destruction when flooding does occur. I know the scientists are working hard. A board member we talked a little bit about the science of climate change and how we're going to incorporate that in to our plans and our Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It's really critical. Precipitation is coming in different patterns than it has historically, and that has huge implications for us that live along rivers here in the Central Valley and the city of Sacramento. I believe we're behind in doing this. Climate change will require even more action beyond addressing our current system's vulnerabilities, which is really what we're doing today. Today's action is necessary, but our work is not done. We must stay just stone cold sober about the risk of our region to flooding, and we have to use nature-based solutions to slow water down up the river systems. We need to improve the management of our dams for timing those releases, and then we also need to make sure and take care of the infrastructure that protects us today. And I do believe this action is one of those actions that is necessary to do that. But I thank you. That's it.
Member Johnson.
I believe it's my turn. Thank you, board members Bosler and Andrews, and thank you, President Dolan and everybody here. I want to start also by recognizing the group of folks who came today and over, I think, all of our meetings for months for your dedication and your concern. You pushed us to really grapple with this. I'll come back to it in a second. Also, the staff at for the project partners, I know it's a hard time, particularly now, to work for the federal government, and seeing colleagues going, and even at our levels of government, the chronic condition of being always a little bit overworked and behind, and worrying about budgets, and wanting to do more to engage with people, and feeling constrained by systems. And so if I say anything that sounds critical of our effort, it's not personal. and it'll be critical of mine too. I think it's not going to come to us as a surprise to anybody here that I really kind of struggled with this project for a while, and with the way we were engaging on it. And it's not. I came to realize that it's not anybody's fault. It's but the system that we're in, I'm not very satisfied with, and I'm gonna, next time we go through one of these, I'm gonna really make an effort to see if we can reorganize our board procedures a bit to do it differently. And I'll be more particular because I don't want to be vague about it. I mentioned a few times that I would have welcomed a site visit that people had asked for. I was very frustrated with the system that we have, which is the same system we have for every project, where people would come and talk to us in public comment, and we felt like we couldn't engage, and months would go by where there would be briefings and documents, but the documents hadn't been updated, hadn't been recirculated, and we weren't able to engage with people to talk about it more. The work group meetings were better, but because the information was solid. I went back and watched all those tapes. I learned a lot. But even those, as people have noted, weren't interactive. It was an opportunity to disclose things, which was good, and give people a chance to have feedback. But I'd like to have an opportunity to, in future projects, to have not just the disclosure and the comments, but real engagement. And again, I don't think that's. I'm not blaming anybody in particular. If anybody, it's on us as the board to give guidance and structure it in a way that we can do that better. I certainly don't think that it's people being nefarious or breaking the law. I think maybe ironically it's people being so hesitant and afraid to do something that's untoward that everybody gets more conservative and opens up even less. So enough of that for now, but I want you all to know that I acknowledge your spirit and feel some responsibility for us to do a good job on these things. After reading 10,000 pages, I don't have 37 binders, I did it on this, 10 or 20,000 pages, and watching the videos, and most importantly, doing a couple of site visits where I was able to probe people on the nature of the designs and why things were chosen and what happened. I did come around to believing that, A, the project is necessary, and B, that pausing work to go back and refocus would not get us a meaningfully different or better project. And with that, I'll pass the mic.
Vice President Vines.
Thank you very much. So I too I'm going to put Joe on this because he's already talked, but he'll probably have more to say. But for Board Member Andrews, Bosler, Johnson, Countryman, I really appreciate not just what you said today, but like your expertise that you bring to everything is very, very helpful. And so I don't want to repeat a lot of the comments that were made, but I do want to make sure that I hit a couple of key points that are important to me. What I want to start with is that I just want to say to our president, it is not easy to run these meetings, and this has been going on a long time, and I think you did a phenomenal job. I appreciate your leadership today to let everybody talk. I know it's not great on all sides. It's kind of our system. I think Board Member Johnson said it. It's just the way it works. It's not always perfect. But I could sense clearly from all the meetings, and including one that got cut short, where you really have worked hard, personally calling people and saying, we're going to make it right and let's have these conversations. You did a great job today. Just want to say thank you. It's not easy. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes I feel like we come into, you want me to get it closer? Thanks. Okay, I'm going to start over. I feel like sometimes we come into these situations and we feel like there's a winner and there's a loser, and I just don't see it that way. And I hope that we all walk away from here not feeling that way. And let me just kind of maybe use one example to explain it. In one of the meetings we had in the public comments, it was very clear, there's a lot of personal angst on this, and we listen and we hear you. And so we were invited to go out and visit the site. And I went out and visited the site. Then we had another meeting, and I kind of heard some more specific things, and I could see it better, because I'd been to the site. What I did is I said, hey, can I go back out to the site? So I took a second visit out to the site after hearing many meetings and many comments. And this is where I want to say, I think that first, to the core, and the core is the tip of the spear for all the government agencies, as Board Member Bosler pointed out. There's a lot of people working on this. But as the tip of the spear for the core, I think that they've heard you too. And that's what I want to communicate to you. Whatever happens today, and I know I can see a little bit of head shaking, trust me, as going through the canopy, going through the trees, tree by tree, my second visit was tree by tree. Everything that you talked about in the regions, not you personally, the group, we went and I asked a lot of questions, and I realized they're hearing you. They've got to do their job. You've got to do your job. But there's this part of me that this is how I feel. Both sides sort of, kind of had to make a little bit of a smoother, both sides are trying to make a diamond. It's not going to work that way. It's a bad analogy. But you both helped each other. And I could see it clearly. You've been very effective at what you're doing. And I think that comes from the heart, obviously. Nobody's up here not coming from the heart. And the core, they're human beings too, and they're doing their best job to save as much as they can on that section. But for me, drawing back from that, we are about public safety, right? That's what we have to do. That's our job. That's our first thing. We took an oath, we literally take an oath. So protection matters. And I feel like if something were to happen, we would all of us feel horrible that we were a part of something that could have been a piece of a failure. None of us want that. So as I looked at this and thought a lot about it, went through all the reading, it kind of came down to what I believe is this. Everybody's doing their best. We're going to have to fix this section. I think the Corps has listened to you, and they're going to do the very best that they can, and everybody else, again, the Corps represents just everybody in it. And I think, it's going to take time. I've heard some of the young people in here, one that just finished high school, still here, two others I think that were in high school. They want that canopy. They want to see it come back. We have to make a tough decision. They will get to see it. Not everybody, but they will. It won't be perfect, but public safety blended with doing the best that we can on that piece is where I think we're going on this. And I just think everybody's done their part to try to get there. It's not great. No one's going to walk out feeling perfect, but sometimes that's how it works. And I just want to say that everybody that's participated, the public and for all the government officials, because we're all in the same human community, have all tried to do the best that they can, and it feels to me that we can do that and provide public safety for over 500,000 people, for over 500. And that flood could happen this December, this January. They could release 160,000 in February, and so I just, for me personally, have to look at that as my guiding light, and then I'm pleased that people are trying to do their best to solve the problem well. And I'm convinced that if a tree can be saved, nobody is clear cutting. Nobody's going in to do that. And there's a process for that. And we'll all be engaged on that too. So I think I just want to make those comments. One other one I just wanted to point out. I've heard a couple of times our fiduciary responsibility, and as taxpayers, we want to make sure it's being spent well. We have spent billions, lots and lots of money on the overall flood system here. We are the most vulnerable after New Orleans. This project needs to happen to protect all of those tax dollars. At least that's how I see it. That is a fiduciary responsibility. So I just wanted to share that because I've heard that a few times. And I don't think I have anything else. So I just want to thank everybody for the process and for the passion, and just really appreciate the time and effort everyone's put into it.
Member Countryman?
Well, I agree. I think the testimony we've heard from the local tree group has been some of the most heartfelt, sincere testimony that we've ever had before this board. And it all comes from a good place, they wanting to do what's right. And I really appreciate that. And also the fact that you also got scientific and engineering help with your comments. It put a little meat on the bone. It can't all be emotion. And that was appreciated. And it actually drove me to give very detailed analysis of the design documents that were presented in support of this project. The Northwest Hydraulics did the geomorphology work on this, and you could see throughout that entire work that they were focused on minimizing the impact to the existing vegetation. There was no predilection to just go out and rock everything. The focus from day one on those studies was to let's minimize the impact to the trees out there. And I believe that they reached something that met a happy ground. We'll find out. You can come back and tell me I was wrong afterwards, but I don't believe this project is going to look like it does down by Sac State. I mean, when I saw that for the first time, I was just dumbfounded at the way that looked. It was, to me, totally unacceptable. Hopefully the trees will start coming back and I won't have to feel so negative about that. But I don't believe that's going to be the case that we have here. And then I just want to point out, I'm 82 years old. I was chief of design at the Corps in 1986. And under my responsibility was the water control section that was calling the shots at the releases at Folsom Dam at that time. I became directly involved in that and made a big decision to not take the risk of failure at Folsom, and we increased the release above 115,000, the design flow to 134,000. I called for 130, but we got 134, so it's kind of hard to control those gates very, very closely. And then I walked the levees during the time that the flow was there. And we saw damage where we had never seen damage before. We had no clue that there was a problem. At Natomas, the water was pouring through the levee and the levee was dissipating on the land side. And we barely were able to flood fight that and keep it intact. We had people walking the levee continuously. They never reported any problem at River Park. And yet when we cut the flows and went out there, we'd lost about a mile of levee, about a third of it, of the levee for about a mile's length. And I was like, again, shocked. I was thinking, if that thing would have failed, they would have come after the guy that increased the flow above 150,000 CF. So it kind of made my blood run cold at that time. But the thing is, there's no assurance because a flood has gone past the levee and we don't see any problem that's not a problem there. We had that problem in 1986 on the Yuba River where there was a failure. Never, ever a report of any problem there, and sudden failure at nighttime. And anyway, I won't go into it all. But there's been multiple situations like that. So we have to be careful to not believe that we have more protection than we have. And the experts say we need to do this work. And I believe after reviewing the reports that we do need to do this work. So that's all I have to say.
Board Member Grego.
Just a couple of things. I just want to say to my board members that I'm really very proud of their comments and what they've said, and well done. But for the public, I just want to mention a couple of things, and that is to, however this goes, is to stay engaged. You are the eyes and ears in the neighborhood, and it's important that you continue to have a voice in this project. The other thing too, and I'm a strong proponent for it because I've been through 2 levee failures and 3 evacuations. Evacuations are really very scary places to be at. We know how important they are, and to become involved in your evacuation for your community, make sure that you know what to do if there is a failure in the neighborhood. So that's the only thing I can add for this discussion at this time. Thank you.
I'm a paper person, and up here to my right are remarkable young people who have all their PowerPoints and your computers. This is one of 5 books I read. I don't like sitting at a screen. I do that. I went online, I analyzed, I questioned. I have remarks to make, but boy, the eloquence and the deep thinking and the comments made by my board members I'm going to just say I associate myself with that. And I thank you very much for putting those thoughts together much better than I could. We, as a flood board, are completely aware that the Sacramento region is at risk. And there needs to be improvements to address not just the storms that we have now, but the more intense storms that we see that are going to be upon us, and some that have. We escaped 23, 24 because it had been a drought before that. If those storms came down when our dams had water in them, it would have been very destructive. You have an amazing river running through your community and the multiple towns. I just had Sacramento 6 miles from our community, but we consider that amazing too. But yours is where you can leave your home and it's there, and it's beautiful, and you cherish it, and I get that, and we want to as well. But there's 500,000 people who need better flood protection. And the analysis that I've seen everywhere, and it was done, is that this is a project and the components of it are things that are necessary. We're not going to go away. You have made us open our eyes, all of us, since we got on this board, wanted to change this stodgy process that is done with government, that we'll just bring it all to you and you just vote yes. We're going to continue with this, improving this process of being, having more engagement and more openness and interaction there. And I see, when I look back, that the closure and you have to go home and you can only talk on a screen with COVID really hurt the process. And to create it when we could able to be back in rooms was just not fast enough. I think that you can all understand at this point what the motion might be, and it's probably not what you want. But we do appreciate all of your input. You impacted us. The first environmental document that came out wasn't very good. and we stalled it, and it got better. It's still not perfect. It's better. We're not going to go away. We're still going to be talking about those trees. We're still going to be asking for site visits. We're still going to be asking how you made the decision. But I do believe, as some others said, that if we started this all over, we would probably have a little more interaction. We may or may not like each other better, but we would probably end up with the same thing that's before us today. And I regret that. I'm with Brian Johnson that we need to, and we've been working on improving our processes, and we will commit to do that. With that said, and what you have all said, is there a motion? Do you want board staff to again say what the motion, their recommendation is? I think silence is yes. What is the action that our staff
Jamie Silva,
ask us to make?
board staff, I can reiterate the recommendation before us today. So board staff recommends that the board adopt resolution 2024-02. Sorry. Let me reiterate. Board staff recommends that the board adopt resolution 2025-02 for the flood risk management project. The adoption of the resolution will certify the final SEIS-SEIR, adopt the statement of findings, the statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Approve the project and delegate the authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
There's a motion before the board to approve the board staff's recommendation of actions. Is there, and it's by member Griego. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Was that Bosler? And a second by member Bosler. So it's time for a vote. Would you please call the roll?
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler?
Aye.
Member Countryman?
Yes.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines?
Aye.
President Dolan?
Yes. The motion passes. It carries by a unanimous vote. I don't know about the rest of you, but I need a break. 5 minutes. The board will reconvene to handle its last items. We're at item 10. Going to note a written report from the Department of Water Resources. Are there any comments or questions from board members? I see none. Are there any from the audience? Are there any hands up? No. Okay. I'm required by law to ask all that, so I will. Okay. Nobody wants to read that. That's fine. Item 11 is staff activity reports. We have those from our Executive and Administrative Division, Operations Branch, Flood System Improvement Branch, and the Natural Resource Management and Planning Division. These are provided for us. Sometimes we ask questions. I'm guessing we're a little tired. Was there another one there? And we also have a report from the Executive Officer on delegated permits, which I really appreciate that we do receive. They were kind of hidden, and everybody's saying, do we ever issue permits? And so now you're telling us we have an easier process if they're considered somewhat simple, and then we have a board process. So any public comments on these staff activity reports? Board members, any comments? Anyone online? Okay, we go on. Item 12 is for board comments and committee updates. Anybody have some updates? You went to the symposium. You can do it at the next meeting. Going to have an advisory age committee. You're going to have that in August. Okay.
And we did have an advisory committee meeting in June.
In June, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Sorry. Board Member Andrews.
Any comments there? Okay. Oh. Upcoming meetings. Our next meeting is board workshop on August 8th. And the note that I was given is it's going to be upstairs in this building. What is the topic? Good question.
Chris Leaf, Executive Officer. So we intend to talk about the draft strategic plan, circle back to the board with a couple of topics on fees that were unresolved from April, and have a presentation on the permit application portal.
The permit what?
Application portal.
Would it be possible to repeat that? I really couldn't understand any of it.
Yeah, there are three topics for the workshop. So first is discussing the draft strategic plan. Second would be a circle back on some topics on fees that were open from April. And the third is a presentation on the permit application portal.
Okay. Our next board, I think what do we call it? Yeah, board meeting, not a workshop, board meeting. It has an adjective, but I forgot it because I'm tired. Will be August 22nd, and the note is it's upstairs in this building. Advisory committee will meet August 26th at the building of the board office, but also online.
Jane, can I ask a question of executive officer and deputy? I mean, one of the things that I would really love to get back, like kind of as a follow-up to this process issue that we discussed today, is really understanding the landscape of like what other projects, because are out there that are coming towards us, but maybe multiple years out still. But that's the time we need people's engagement. And so I guess I know that once we get into like a final EIR situation, it's like much more difficult to engage. And so it's really like helping, utilizing our state board to the extent that we can to help facilitate process and public process. And I realize that ideally DWR should be bringing this to us, but like that may not always be happening. And so I just would love to like kind of understand the landscape over the next 5 years, and major projects that will be non-federal sponsors on would be really helpful.
I concur.
Noted.
Noted.
To that end, later this year, we are planning to highlight the suite of projects that are happening in the Sejavka area. And there's a lot in that pipeline. So that's probably the area where we see the most significant projects coming up in the future. So we will be having some time dedicated to those projects.
But there are things that are like closure of the projects that have occurred. I think about the pocket and other things like that. So.
Well, and perhaps we even have some meetings in location too.
Yeah. Why not? Every meeting is a different venue, so we'll go where the project is. Okay, anything else for the good of the order?
Just say no closed session.
Well, I already announced earlier, so there's item number whatever is to be closed session, but there isn't one. Mr. Dewar wanted to do it, we would all just walk out anyway. So, nothing else? Meeting adjourned.